But hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and today we're doing some streamworks. This is going to be a much more casual stream than normal. We're going to be starting off with me just working on my hand tracking and chatting with all of you. And after that, we'll be moving on to working on the Pokemon tabletop system that we're going to be designing. I've got Arzadeyu here in the chat with me, who will also be helping out with the Pokemon tabletop stuff.
Bye.
Hello there, ya boy Parkour. Yes, bean tracking. Hopefully we'll get beam tracking. So let's see what this position is now for the hand tracking. It is clearly not sensing anything. Well, that just won't work.
Yes, Emerald, I am here as well. I'm not streaming right now because I don't feel like it.
Alright. Well, I'm going to start off by opening my visualizer. We're not going to be able to really... I'm not going to be able to really show you guys a whole lot.
Your voice went glitchy there for a moment.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, but it was glitchy like 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, for some reason, the leap motion, I don't understand it, but for some reason, the leap motion decides it's going to open up Steam VR alongside opening up the visualizer for the hand tracker. It is really dumb. And it's probably going to cause some problems, but we'll try to get past this ASAP. Give me just a moment. Keep them entertained.
Oh, la da 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 da. There, I made my own song. You happy? All of you happy? Are you all not entertained? I was saving my energy for my own thing. Ah. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. It's spooky Halloween season. Did you know that next week, on Monday, it'll be Halloween so y'all kids can go have fun? Wait, no one's a kid. No one is a kid here. Right, because it's 18. I'm sorry. Random question for chat, since we have so few people here. Probably better if we had more. If you had to catch one of us in a Pokeball, would it be, me or Zim? I'm curious to see. Not like it'll actually happen, but, you know. Yeah. Hi, Panthea! I probably said the name wrong. I'm sorry. Zim is currently AFK. He's working
no,
on
I'm
something.
right here. I'm just,
Working?
Yeah. I tested this, and it's not working. Maybe I need to get a longer arm. Ugh.
Huh. Also, the question was, if you had to catch me or Zim in a Pokeball, who would it be? I'm curious to see chat's response. Ah. You want a space Durg? Listen, I'm more than a space Durg. I'm an astral Durg.
That's what they said. Space Dirt.
Huh.
Ow!
Get wrecked.
Also, I'm getting
Also,
the Martin bot up. Okay. Well, we are getting tracking. So that's a step in the right direction. And we just lost tracking. What the heck, diddly dick?
what happened? I promise I didn't break anything.
No, go away. I don't... Oh god.
Hi, Karma. Hello, Rocco.
I
Mozzie.
think I'm breaking things. Come on. Give me that. Thank you. Who the heck is calling me? One moment.
Well, while it works that, Zim is probably absolutely worked up, Karma.
Okay. Nothing important.
Hi, Lightning Dragon. Ba, ba.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm thinking the only solution here is going to be getting a longer arm for the hand tracker. I was hoping that one would be enough.
Panthonea seems happy.
Panthonea is always happy.
Yay!
Okay, well, no hand tracking yet today. I was hoping I could get it working with what I have already, but yeah, gonna need the donation goal filled to do that. to get a different mount for it. It needs to be a little closer to me. Oh, I just have a cell phone holder that I put my hand tracker into, but it's not long enough to reach where I need it to go. So I'm gonna have to get a different tracker. You want to throw something at RZ? Here. I got a solution for you.
What solution do you got?
Come here, Karma. There. I'm throwing Karma at RZ.
Ah, you're throwing a Mega Claws at me. How rude. Next thing you're gonna do, you're gonna pin it to my head.
No, that didn't. Alright, I'll just drop Karma on him. There you go. Does that satisfy Emerald? Okay, so yeah, the hand tracking not gonna work. As much as I would like it to. Oh, I have a leap motion already. I have had one for about a year now. The problem is, I am a very big guy, very fat. So mounting it to my chest leaves it facing more up rather than down towards my hands. And I've also got a very large beard. So getting one of those neck ones would not work because the beard would block it. So I'm trying to get a... I'm trying to get a setup where it'll be above my desk. Because I wanted to... I know that you can just put it facing up from the keyboard, but with my situation, you'd almost never see my hands if I did that. And I'd rather you guys see my hands as much as possible. Which is why I want to put it, above the desk. Unfortunately, it just means I'm going to need a longer mount. On the plus side, I at least have a shelf now that I can use to mount things to. But I do need something longer than what that provides. Worst comes to worst, I just get myself a pole and duct tape it to the cell phone holder thing. And just have a ghetto setup, but, you know, as long as it works and it's stable, who cares, right? Yeah, that doesn't work well enough for me with my setup, already. Oh, it stopped working completely after a year? Oh boy. Well, either way, I'll have to wait for some extra funds to be able to get that set up. And hopefully I can find something good on Amazon. Amazon's got a lot of useful stuff. It's just trying to find it amongst all the garbage. Ow. Ow. Hey, Panth. You should come join Voice. your input would actually be very valuable.
All right.
So, the next thing I'm going to work on today, which was going to be the primary focus today, which is fine because, well, here we are and it works out. So, is actually going to be working on a custom Pokemon tabletop setup.
Okay.
And, well, considering you ran a hobby store with a lot of different tabletop games, I figured your input would be very valuable.
Yeah. I mean, if you want my input, I'm glad to give it.
Also, I have started up Stream Pirates for those interested. And let me get Stream Raiders going. So I've sent you the Google Doc, and I'll bring it up on stream in just a moment. Why am I getting no quests? Like, what the heck, Stream Raiders? Oh no, I do have quests! Oh, and it's terrible quests. They want me to get assists. Well, there's Stream Raiders. You know, is there a nighttime mode for Google Docs? I should probably find that. Because that is very bright.
View. Mode. No.
Not for a streamer, Rob. Also, Panth, you are now a Python.
Rawr.
I'm a Wolverine and I don't like it. I'd rather be a Python.
Yes.
Sorry, Google has decided you've been turned into a Wolverine. Rob, for captains, it is very hard to get assists. Yes, I know the units to place to get assists. But a captain, for some reason, it is extremely difficult for them to get him. RZ, you have now TF'd into a tiger.
This is fine. It's better than Wolverine.
Okay, yeah, there is no night mode, so I apologize for it being, it's so bright. But yeah, that's what we're working with.
Okay, so we're kind of building on the WAD system.
Yes. So World of Darkness and Exalted are going to be our primary skeleton for this. I'm not a fan of the D6. It feels more fun with the D10s to me.
Well, yeah, and exploding D10s essentially can be fun as well.
Oh, yes, especially when you get a chain of them going for, rolling 3 dice and coming out with 7 or more successes always feels great. I'm sorry, Karma. We are going to take a lot of inspiration from the Pokeroll system, but the problem with the Pokeroll system is it's built for trainers. They just kind of added the mystery dungeon thing on as an afterthought. And as far as I can tell, all the other Pokemon tabletop systems out there are... If the other ones, as far as I can tell, don't even have a mystery dungeon aspect to them. It is strictly trainer. Which, trainer is fun and all. But I would like... we're building a system that is focused on the mystery dungeon side.
Joke.
That is my focus. We've got a few, So, right now, the attributes, I'm not really sold on them. I didn't mind how they used the, contest skills as, the contest stats as, social ones, but I also don't feel like those quite fit. You know? Did I die?
No,
No, I'm just thinking.
same here. I feel
Good.
like I had a better answer, but
I get why they used those ones. Because they're the ones from the video game for the Pokemon contests, the fashion show or whatever.
Yeah. The Pokemon contest. That's what they used. I will say, Pokeroll did their best to keep it as true to the games as possible. However, that also has led into the problem of there are a lot of Pokemon that are just outright better than others. Which is fine from a trainer aspect. However, when we're all playing as Pokemon, those that want to play as, say, like myself as a Rockruff, I only have 2 of those, 2 of these 5 attributes that actually have, I've only got 2 of those that have 2 dots. The rest all have 1 dot. Meanwhile, there are other Pokemon that have 2 dots in all of them.
Yeah, I think that's a little unbalanced.
Oh, yeah.
I think, to be honest, and this is my standpoint, when you're dealing with a dot-based system, you need to be using a point buy system to make it fair.
That's what I was planning to go with.
Otherwise, yeah, you end up with those unbalanced, everybody's going to want to play as Xerneas because Xerneas has amazing stats kind of issue.
or someone with a Pokemon that has 2 stats and all,
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
which is kind of as input a bit unbalanced.
Yeah.
Especially because, like, it wouldn't be so bad if we start off weak but can easily catch up and, meet them in power, but that's not a thing. I have to spend my
Yeah.
experience to do so, and while sure, getting that second dot is cheaper than getting a third dot, those that have 2 dots and everything just, they just have to they only need to put it into get the 3 dots, and then bam, we're behind again. We're always going to be behind. So
I
yeah,
think moving to a point buy system is going to save you a lot of headache with the lack of balance.
it also will help with letting you customize your character more.
Oh, most
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah. The other reason I picked Jingmo, even though Jingmo has 2 stats and all, is because I like Jingmo. I like the line. Some of our favorites, have better stats. But when you look at others like Rockruff, they are not balanced. So the point buy will definitely help balance.
Well, and it also will help simulate the random.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about posting this particular stream in Critter Cottage. I guess I could go do so. But you should join our Discord. There are a few streams that I don't post in the Critter Cottage just because I'm not sure about doing so. Or it's just I'm switching games or something like that. So you should join our Discord because I always post in there. But yeah, let me go post in here real quick. And part of why I'm streaming this is so we can get feedback from the chat as well.
Yep. So one of the things that point buy is also going to accommodate is when you catch Pokemon in the games, their stats are often randomized as to what they're good at, what they're not good at, what their IVs are, etc. Point buy will also emulate the fact that these are heroes. I mean, any kind of role-playing game, your player characters are supposed to be heroic. They're supposed to stand out from the average.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they're supposed to stand out, not necessarily be heroic, because there's, some evil campaigns out there, but...
No, I'm not saying good, I'm saying heroic. And there's a big difference in that. It's the difference between a petty bank robber and the Joker. Or, a cop and Batman. The player characters should always be just a smidge better. It should be at least a Ivy good in everything for player characters in this system.
I definitely agree there. So right now, the way Pokeroll works is when you are rolling, you take your amount of dice to roll from 3 sources. The first comes from either your strength, dex, so on, or the contest ones. Then you add fight, survival, or contest, depending on what it is. And then you will also roll one of these 3 sets of stats here at the bottom. I just made quick notes that these were what they have by default in Pokeroll. But it is... I want to make sure that is... Okay, that is updating. Cool. Actually, can you guys see me highlighting things on... Yes, you can. Cool.
Yep.
Yes.
I was more meaning like the stream. I'm not actually streaming my direct view of the doc. I copied the link and put it into OBS as a browser source. So I've never tried that before, but I wanted to see how it works, and it's actually working well, so I'm happy about that. But I didn't want to put it in. I hate streaming from browser because it always seems to break on me. Like you
That's
know,
fair.
window capture my browser. Plus, I never know when it might lose one particular window and be like, okay, I'm going to grab this other thing, and that's something I don't want them to see.
Yeah. Been
That's
there.
always the worst.
Granted, I don't have anything up on the stream, up or open right now that would get me banned from Twitch, but it's still not something I want them to see.
Right.
But anyways, I'm definitely not sold on keeping these attributes or skills or whatnot.
Do you want me to go grab what the trainers have so we can? Because trainers have
Yeah.
unique ones that Pokemon don't. Okay, let me go find that.
Yeah, let me add those to the list so we can have a full list of what Pokerole has to build from.
Alright, let me open up my trainer sheet.
I know I definitely don't want to go as in-depth as World of Darkness has, because it frankly has a fuck ton of stuff.
Yeah.
And I personally have always found the amount of abilities and attributes in World of Darkness to be a bit much. Exalted Essence is really nice, except that I feel like it, have you actually seen Exalted Essence, by the way?
I haven't played much second ed. When I was playing first ed.
Of Exalted?
Yeah.
Well, they're actually on 3rd edition now.
Of course they are.
And actually,
I mean, it has been almost 20 years.
Yeah. They actually they're working on what they call Exalted Essence, which is basically for Exalted what 5th edition D&D was for D&D.
Okay, I can see that. The concern I would have is that they make it less 5th edition and more 4th edition. A little too cookie cutter.
No, definitely not. Here, let me share my sheet with you for Essence. There you go. And just so you can see what we're working with as well, RZ, here you go.
Okay. That's not terribly different from first ed. They've changed the names for some of these, but for the most part, it looks pretty much like first ed.
Yeah. I will say something that I don't think we'll keep is with, because in Exalted Essence, you've got 3 attributes, and you are basically rolling those every time. You basically roll your highest one every time.
Yeah.
Which I appreciate the roleplay aspect that they were going with for this, but at the same time, it's like, well, why bother increasing your force or fortitude if finesse is your highest?
Right. And the other one is that if you're literally not, in my opinion, if you're not forcing your players to use the appropriate attribute to what they're role playing, you're not
Oh,
doing your job as the GM.
well, as far as that goes, you are, so people are basically forced to use what they roleplay is the attribute they use. So, like in the case of close combat, if you're being forceful, you are hammering on their shield with your axe, just trying to, beating through the shield as hard as you can. Whereas with finesse, you're maybe dodging around the shield, trying to slide your rapier off to the side and get past the shield instead of hammering through it. Fortitude,
Right.
I don't really know how you'd roleplay that, but you know,
That's
that's the yeah, but that's the way they have it set up. Is how you describe it is what attribute you use. So obviously, you want to go with your best attribute every time because, well, you're hindering yourself otherwise.
Yeah, but
I
as
don't
a
mind that
GM, I
system.
could say that there's no way to finesse this. You're gonna
Oh,
have to force it.
absolutely.
Um, so I think
Well,
some of
actually, the system
the
does
downfalls.
the system does specify in the rules for GMs that they should encourage their players to find a way to use their primary attribute every time.
White Wolf and their love of roleplay, I love them to death for it, but it is murder on GMs.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love roleplay heavy systems and roleplay heavy settings. I like to run roleplay heavy games, but I think it adds flavor if all of the characters aren't always good at everything.
I agree. And I mean, that's where the abilities come in because, like Nevis here, he's decent, he's pretty good at close combat and awareness and such, but you ask him to craft something, and even though I've got 5 dots in finesse, I'm still going to be suffering on crafting because I have 0 dots there.
Right.
But definitely, I definitely am going to pull some inspiration from Exalted Essence.
Well, yes. Keep it stupidly simple.
Yeah. One idea
This makes things easier.
I agree. One thing I am thinking about doing is putting, instead of 5 dot max, making it 10 dots for each thing. Because, it works well for the Exalted system and other thing, and WAD, because the 5 dot max works well for them, but they basically only have 5 levels in Exalted. You go up to Essence 5 and that's it. Whereas for me, I'm kind of thinking 1 dot is equivalent to a Pokemon that's level 1 to 10. Then 2 dots, 10 to 20, so on and so forth. And thus,
and if you consider the IVs, let me look that one up. Considering that IVs are at a percentage, it'd be each dot is 10% into the IV of that Pokemon. In that stat.
However you want to describe it, it all works well. As far as I'm concerned, it all works. But either way, I'm thinking 10 dots max.
If I'm correct, in Pokerol, the 10 is the max, except for legendaries.
Well, yeah,
I just want to point that out.
even in Exalted, there are creatures that can go above the 5 dot max. Like the God of Beauty would definitely have a, more than 5 dots in charisma. But yeah, that's basically what I was thinking as well. Is go with that. Plus, rolling more dice is always fun.
That's true.
So now we need to settle on what our attributes are going to be. I think that's where we should start first. Obviously, the attributes are all going to start with 1 dot. Hey there, Hexlash. And hello, Balasar. All of the attributes are going to start at 1 dot because they kind of have to, or else you literally can't roll if you need to roll that. But the abilities or skills or whatever we call them, those can start at 0. I'm also considering kind of copying the health system from Exalted. The health system from Exalted and WoD.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they're pretty good. And they do reflect...
It tracks.
Yeah. It does reflect the ongoing combat and the wear and tear of taking damage and such. I like that.
My only comment on that is that that's very much not how Pokemon works.
True.
Pokemon retain their efficacy and don't take any negatives from damage.
True. Alright, well. Let's go ahead and start figuring out our attributes. Eventually, I will be setting this up on a wiki. Because I feel that a wiki is the best way to do something like this. But until I get that set up, we're just using Google Docs. And Hexlash, to answer your question, we are working on a new Pokemon tabletop system. What were you going to say, RZ?
I said I would agree.
So, WoD has 9 attributes, which are divided into physical, social, and mental. Exalted Essence has 3 attributes. And Pokerol has 5 of them, which I'm definitely not beholden to these. Like, I think it's Insight that almost never gets used. Am I right, RZ?
Insight kinda, yeah, almost generally never gets used.
And
Even though Insight's a really important skill, in my opinion.
yeah, so we definitely don't want useless skills.
We should definitely have... I do like what they have for the stats, it's just we might need to give them more uses.
Maybe. And that's a good thing to note here, Pant. Thanks.
Yep.
I definitely don't think we're gonna go with the video game stats, because those are very much based on, well, a video game. Your Pokemon aren't exactly going around role-playing.
No,
They're
but
just...
it's good to know those.
Oh yeah,
Because
definitely.
we may be able to use a couple of them.
Thinking. So... do we really want to go with EVs and IVs?
It's just a note for us to keep in mind that may help us inform what we're doing.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at what Exalted has again.
Exalted is definitely, like, Exalted Essence dumbed it down. But the original... Here, I'll just write these in here. We'll just do Essence. You're breathing into your mic a bit, RZ.
Oh, oops.
Just a heads up, RZ. Discord's noise suppression is actually really good.
Sometimes.
I actually had it turned off because I was using a voice mod. Oops. I forgot. It's my bad. It's fixed.
Yeah, frickin' World of Darkness goes a little far out there with the amount of stats.
Yeah, they have a little too much fun with it. It provides a lot of customizability, but at the cost of entire sessions allocated to both character creation and leveling up.
Yeah. And just a lot of looking up, okay, what the hell does expression do?
Mm-hmm.
Or, they've got brawl and martial arts as two separate things, which does make sense, but at the same time, like, come on.
Well, it's like my house rule. I like to... They have intimidation and persuasion as both using charisma and 5e. It's like, no, intimidation needs to use a different stat.
Yeah. I will say World of Darkness does take place in a modern setting. You know,
Yeah.
World of Darkness is our world, but with
Vampires, zombies, werewolves, etc.
yeah. So obviously, we're not going to need to worry about trying to include something like Drive. Most likely. I guess Rygon could. I could absolutely see Rygon adding in cars.
Yeah.
But we don't need to worry about that. About a skill for that.
No.
Yeah, let me go ahead and run Stream Raiders real quick. And also, don't forget about Stream Pirates.
Okay. Force, finesse, and fortitude. Force being combat, finesse being, well, stuff like survivability and athleticness.
Think of force as a warhammer and finesse as a rapier.
Okay.
So, oh yeah, Zolat, definitely, they definitely are, and that is something that I want to avoid. I want everything to be useful in some way, so that way, you know, it gives more. To me, it would help out with a party viability. You know, normally in a party, you have your people that are specialized in various things. Yeah, you're going to have that one person that is really good at combat. Then you'll also have somebody that's good at, I don't know, social stuff. Granted, I still want to avoid having too much specialization for each person, but
it's a case of you don't want to you want the ability to specialize without it coming at the cost of the characters being effective in multiple areas.
yeah. And
third edition was bad about that.
Yeah. With Exalted, their attributes, you pick whichever one you've got the best in. Like, you can use a Warhammer in a more finesse style than Force. My goal overall is to make a system that is easy to get into, simple enough to understand. However, with the added however, in addition, it'll have enough customization and such that you never run into the problem like I have with 5e, where you play a particular class once and you're kind of done with it. Because, you know, 5e, you can't really customize any of the classes. Yeah, they've got archetypes, but they add so little to them that you can change the archetype and it still feels like the same class, the same playstyle, everything. And
Yeah.
so that's something I
You're-
want to.
It's almost like you would play another class just for the aesthetic and RP stuff. Or just even
Yeah.
cool abilities, but still the same thing.
Yeah. 5e is great though for like I love 5e for making it easy for new players to get into. However, there are a lot of veterans of tabletop games in general that have done everything 5e has to offer, and I know I fall into this a bit where it's like I'm having to go with third-party classes because granted, there are some base classes I haven't tried yet, such as the Warlock, but it doesn't appeal to me on a roleplay front to try that class. I just don't really see any characters that I would enjoy playing that would be a Warlock. Yeah, Sour Dusk. Warlock is just a wizard with student debt.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Student debt / sugar daddy.
Yeah. I would keep, personally, strength, dexterity, charisma. Intelligence, maybe. Probably. Reminds me that Pokemon in PMD has logic and instinct.
I definitely think I may do away with that system.
Honestly, I wouldn't be against it.
It is good to note here, but the only thing that they actually influence in-game that you can actually do anything with is the instinct. Getting that second dot in it gives you the up to like level 10 or 10 experience worth of moves. Otherwise, it really doesn't do anything. It can lead to
roleplay. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all for roleplay, and even then, it's poorly implemented. But let's focus first on our attributes. Attributes being the high level things, the strength, dex, vitality, special, and insight.
I think pulling attack, defense, and speed out of the video game stats could be beneficial.
Calling them that is where I'm kind of uncertain about doing that. Because, like, I feel like it's a good thing to go with, like, strength and dexterity over those. Because attack, it by itself is you're attacking something. That's the definition of it. Whereas strength is more general and it applies to, you could be hitting them hard, or you could be trying to move a boulder.
Okay.
Sorry.
And yeah, Zolette, homebrew is very enjoyable in tabletop systems. It's something that is very good. Especially if the developer of the base system encourages it. Oh, yeah, I know that strength and dexterity are two different things. But in the terms here of this, like, I don't want to go with attack and defense as attributes because... Or speed, because they don't really feel like they would be... They're not broad enough of terms.
My opinion? I don't see any reason to change them. They're kind of good on their own. It's just we would need to find more use for them.
Maybe? Part of me wants to pull from D&D and Pathfinder with the attributes. You know, strength, dex, con, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
Then, what if we changed... Or what if we, I say in quotes, got rid of insight and put in intelligence and wisdom?
Well, insight is basically just wisdom.
Yeah.
I always tell people int is book smarts, whiz is street smarts.
Yeah. Intelligence is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put tomato into a fruit salad.
Charisma is knowing that a tomato fruit salad is salsa.
No, charisma is selling a tomato-based fruit salad.
Well, fair.
Charisma's being extra. It's
But
all
part of-
about being all... Sorry.
You're good. Part of why I'm also leaning towards pulling from D&D for those is because it's more familiar to a lot of tabletop players. Because, you know, you've got D&D as the undisputed king in the realm of tabletop. It is the most popular.
It's the original.
Yeah, it's the original. It's been here the longest, and it is the most popular. And then below that, a little ways, is Pathfinder. And then everything else is way down there. The White Wolf, Storyteller, whatever you want to group the Exalted and World of Darkness and such under, those ones I feel are a bit more popular than everything else. Definitely nowhere near as popular as Pathfinder or D&D. But they are definitely up there. Thank you for letting me know, Artie. And ow! Why? Why am I being assaulted like this?
Yell at Okitsu for that. I'm giving you head pats. Oh, and then others.
But yeah, with that in mind, that's kind of why I want to pull those attributes from D&D. It helps for new players to our system to be more familiar with it. Because, you know, everybody understands... Okay, not everybody, but, you know... everybody that plays tabletop games understands strength, dex, con, int, wisdom, and charisma. At least at a base level. And they are really good. It is a really good array of things that you can do with those. Dang it, who took my clothes?
Someone.
Thanks, you're very helpful.
I can't see who took them. Oh, actually no, I do. Azorok did, but don't worry about it.
Ah. So anybody opposed to going with that's attribute array?
Nah.
If you guys are fine with it, yes, I'm fine with it. I have no absolute distribution against it.
I know it's nice to have it be more special, like how Pokerolls got the Vitality special and Insight. I mean, they have Strength and Dex, but it feels nicer to have those specialties, special to the system, but we want this to be familiar. It helps people get into it.
Yeah.
And then we don't have to waste time explaining, okay, so special is used for,
Yeah.
I honestly have no idea what special is used for outside of just some moves.
Honestly, I think it's just used for moves.
It's
And
used
that's
for
it.
special attack moves.
Like I said, they
Anything
made
that's not
Pokemon
normal.
from the games. And that's where it kind of comes in, that Pokemon are meant for combat, not so much for PMD and everything PMD has to offer.
Yeah, I
The
want to
trainers
build
were to fill that role.
Yeah, I want to build a system where it is much more focused on roleplay. Combat is still definitely of an importance, but I want it more broad for roleplay. As far as we'll just do this attributes. So I do kind of like. I like the contest things, but
You want to call them
especially
something else?
I'm trying to think of how we could use them. Because especially if we're having the attributes include charisma, charisma is just going to outright replace all of those. Which I'm also not against.
You could have them labeled social skills.
Yeah.
You don't need to go too crazy, just make it simple.
Okay.
Like how there are fight, survival, contest is social, and then you have knowledge skills. That's honestly what my opinion should be.
But even then, in Pokerroll, outside of actual contests, which for the record, Panth, in Pokerroll, you can't actually, to increase these, they're all tied to these ones. So you increase strength and you increase tough at the same time. You increase dex and you increase cool. So even they kind of barely use them.
Fair.
And yeah, I fully agree. Pokemon contests being used for like festivals, that would be cool. Because I do know that I would love to see some Pokemon contest type stuff in the system. I think it would be fun.
Yeah.
But I want to make them separate. Having them tied to the primary attributes kind of makes them feel much less important. Though
I
then
can
we
see that.
run into the problem of, because if we're still going with the three stat system where, you know, strength, dex, or tough, cool, plus fight, survival, or contest, plus one of these, where do we fit it in? I mean, we could make them skills.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking, is make it a skill. Make them skills.
Yeah.
So, like, tough could cover things like intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it would probably be charisma plus tough to go for, or maybe strength plus tough for going for an intimidation roll.
No.
And what do you mean, remember kiss, Zoro?
Keep it stupid simple.
Ah.
Hmm.
Nah, I think it's actually keep it simple, stupid.
I think
Yeah,
it's,
but
I
I
thought it
like
was
the other way because it doesn't insult you.
I like it. Keep it simple, sweet. Not keep it stupid, simple. In my opinion.
I think there's a few moves that involve the word kiss, but I don't think there's any that are just kiss.
Yeah. Well, there are, but they come with their own complexities.
No, I mean moves in Pokemon that are just
Oh.
called kiss.
Oh, yeah.
Jerk.
Hang on.
I know there's Sweet Kiss, there's
A dinosaur.
oh, that's
Sweet
the only
kiss
one
and
that
lovely kiss.
A dinosaur.
but I don't think
Those-
there's any that are actually called just kiss.
Nope, there aren't.
A dinosaur. A dinosaur.
So do we want to keep the 3 stat system? You know, strength plus fight plus brawl. Or do we want to lower it down to just 2?
I think
And
D&D has it square on that one, and I think World of Darkness and Exalted do too, with just 2 stats. If you go 3 deep, I'm not sure that really benefits the gameplay. I don't think that benefits the GM running the game. I think it just overcomplicates myself.
Yeah, you can get crazy dice if you have 3.
yeah. Plus, it kind of eliminates the importance of even getting the skills, because like with
Mhm.
this, you max out strength, you max out fight, and you've got 10 dice right there or more. And who cares if you've got anything in brawl, channel, clash, or evasion?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's what Pokeroll did good in my opinion for 2.0, is that they got rid of the fight survival contest things
Oh.
and just kept it with 2 dice.
Okay.
For example, moves are now just Dex plus Brawl for accuracy.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So then I guess we'll just call them skills, though we could still separate them out, kind of like World of Darkness does.
Hmm?
You know, have the 3 columns. So World of Darkness has talents, skills, and knowledges. It's just 2.0 Pokeroll Zolette, not 2.5.
Ooh,
There.
here's a thought.
Hmm?
So the brain fart. The contest abilities. Make those our subclassifications of skills. These skills are tough. These skills are cool. These skills are related to beauty, cute, smart.
You know, that's actually not a bad idea. And in that case, it's just a title for the section. It's not an actual attribute that you're using, but it keeps those in there still. I like that.
It also allows you that if you want to add Pokemon contests into the game, it means that the player can use their highest stat in any of those categories to classify in that category.
What do you think about that, RZ?
I'll be honest. I'm sorry. I have 5 things going on at once. Stream
Why do you have
pirates and
5
others.
things? Oh, okay.
I have stream pirates. I have your streams. I'm lurking in other streams. And
You
I'm
should
working
poke
on this too,
Rygon and let him know that we're discussing this, by the way. He was
Okay,
supposed
I'll
to
go
come
poke.
by for this.
Alright, so here's what a dummy version of what I heard. The tough, cute, beauty, smart, and clever, that stuff is its own title, and within it there are stats.
There would be skills
there's-
under those.
They're
Okay.
classifications of skills.
Okay, so that one, could work.
And then if you do contests, you could, to classify in each of those categories, you just roll your highest stat in each category.
Alright then. I like that. What are we filling them with?
I would say let's try to keep them to like 5 things each. We want to make sure they're all even. But we
Alright.
could we could go with more. But like beauty would have empathy, it would have
Lure, etiquette.
persuasion, etiquette. Smart would obviously have crafts, lore, medicine, science, things like those. But I do want to get Rygon in here and involved on this. I do need to step away for a few minutes. So maybe if Rygon comes in, you guys could explain what we've got so far, because I know he's also
He's a
streaming
bit busy right now, so he'll be back soon. I just asked him.
Okay. He'll be in here soon?
Yeah, he'll get there when he can. That's a quote from him.
Okay.
You know, he's dealing with something.
Well, you two can absolutely make comments, and I'll still be listening. I just need to step away for a few minutes. So you can add comments onto the doc, and we can go over them when I get back. And you guys can start going over the what skills we would have in there. And we can go with more than 5 in each. I just want to make sure that we don't go too crazy on them, you know?
I agree. Don't go too crazy. We want to keep this simple, just don't keep it too crazy.
Alright, let me do this real quick. Tough skills. Oh. There,
I
let
was
me...
just gonna nest them.
I wanted to... I want to put them on... Hold up. There. Let me just... Insert. Page break. So, tough skills. Cool skills. Beauty skills. What was it? Cute and smart. I think one of the hard parts on this is probably going to be separating between beauty and cute. Like, empathy might go under cute instead of beauty. Cool, I'm kind of leaning towards, like, alertness or perception, whatever we wind up calling it. Probably under cool.
That's how you're scaling it. Interesting.
But, yeah. You guys can discuss that and add comments to make the list, and I'll be back.
Definitely Brawl's gonna be in tough. I think in cool we should have things like athletics and alertness.
Would we have acrobatics, or we just keep athletics and acrobatics as just athletics? Because that's what Pokeball did.
Let's just keep it as one. It makes it simpler.
Alright.
Because Wadden and Exalted kept it as one as well, so I think that'll make it easier. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and put awareness under cool too. Which is basically perception.
Beauty, etiquette.
Oh, yeah.
Beauty would be etiquette. No, there's no doubt about it.
No,
Smarts.
no doubt.
Lore.
Lore,
Medicine.
medicine.
Science. I'm gonna put science in just in case.
The other one I would put there is academics.
Intelligence, but academics, okay. Alright, I'll put that in.
Things like research, investigate, stuff like that.
That's a bit like lore, but then again, not at the same time. That's where that gray line is. Cute.
Yeah.
Empathy. Do we want evasion as a skill, or do you keep that as athletics?
Let's do evasion, but we'll put that in tough, not cool.
Okay.
I don't think Zim quite understood what he was doing, just kind of handing this over to us. We'll just categorize shit.
Well, categorize shit. He's unsure is his issue, my opinion.
Yeah.
No hard feelings. It says us, we're like, oh, we know what we're doing. Yeah, but these are interesting. It's useful for contests. Allure? Yes, absolutely for allure. What else do we got? Crafts. Absolutely going into smart.
Yeah, craft goes in smart. Intimidate's gonna go in tough.
Yes. Perform.
Let's put that in cute.
You sure? Because perform could go in cool too. Because perform, in how Pokeworld describes it, is just telling a story, is acting. So it's all dependent. That's its big issue, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would either go cool or beauty then, with how they describe it.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna put down below. Perform. Unsure. Cool or beauty. Neat. Alright. Nature.
Well,
What
if
are goings?
we're talking natures and knowledge nature, we're talking a smart skill.
Yeah,
But
that's gonna be smarts, but we have a lot of smarts,
actually,
I'll be honest.
we could put it in tough since survival's up there.
Survival would be tough. Yeah, survival would be tough. Stealth would be cool.
Yeah, stealth is cool. Stealth is cool. No doubt about that.
So you're putting survival and stealth. Survival, put in parentheses nature as well, because nature is also a wisdom thing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that's how D&D has it.
Yeah, I think so.
Clash is tough.
Yeah, but if we're trying to consolidate here, we're talking maybe taking brawl and being brawl, clash, and fight all in the same stat.
Oh, channel for those special attacks.
Oh,
It's
that'd be
almost
either,
like. Go on.
it'd be either cool or I think that would go under cool.
All right. I can agree. I agree with that. Nope, wrong one.
That's a good point. So I know that in a lot of systems, we do combine the two, but we could separate them out. We could put acrobatics under cute.
Acrobatics seems more like a cool thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, we've already got athletics under cool. If you think about let's think about standard high school animes. The cool girl is in like track and field or sports, whereas the cute girl maybe does gymnastics or dance. So that's why I was thinking acrobatics might be better under cute.
Yeah. We're probably gonna come up with a lot, but then figure out how to, because we need more cute skills, in all honesty.
Yeah, we do.
This is where, in my opinion, the biggest issue with making tough, cool, beauty, cute, and smart the categories.
Oh, definitely. It's where the challenge comes in for sure. Let's see here. Oh, under cute skills, let's do.
All right, we should probably look at
some of the other stats.
Yeah, that's what we should look at.
My brain just farted. That's the one I'm looking for. Persuasion.
Hmm. Hmm.
Deception and beauty would make sense because, you know, if you think about the femme fatale.
Yeah. There's not much I can. We need more. 1, 2, 2.
So,
What about what would throw be related to?
ooh.
Dexterity? Just plain dexterity?
Yeah, throw's usually a dex stat. 5e doesn't handle throw as a separate stat. I'm not sure offhand about the others.
Because in Pokérole, the trainers had a stat called throw and another one like weapons.
Oof. Yeah, Zolet, right now we're not categorizing these by stat. We're categorizing them by what we think it would work best as in a descriptor. So it's not like all of the tough skills are strength skills, all the cool skills are at dex skills. So while the throw is definitely a dex check, it's just a question of where do we go from there.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with putting weapons in as a stat, especially for Pokérole, because it's, you know, can you use tools?
True.
It's just I don't think throw necessarily needs to be separate. For trainers, they want throw for, you know, how skillfully
Pokeballs.
can they throw a Pokeball?
Yeah.
But I think if you rolled that into Dex, just in general, you end up better off. At least ease.
Yeah, I'll leave this right now and because part of me just thought of like, what if I just tried putting it how it used to be in like fight, survival, social, like contest, and then knowledge, but that's the easy route in my opinion.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let's see if I can find more other skills.
Yeah, we need to figure out which one, beauty or cute, we want to put perform in.
Yeah, because it's like as we said, it's all about how it's used. It might
Yeah.
be something done in an extra category, to be honest. That's like we can't put anywhere else. However, I just feel like it's getting too jumbled up, and this is where the big issue comes in.
Right. So, we were talking about putting performing cool. So what if we were to move channel to beauty?
That's fine. Yeah, either beauty, that's fine. I wouldn't be against that.
And then we
Let's see.
just that way we have at least 4 in each stat. And the smart skills we could actually expand on because they're gonna include all the knowledges.
Alright, I am back. We could
Hello,
add
Zim.
a general skill set.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The uncategorized one, yeah.
Just general skills where we can put things like perform. I was also playing with the idea of specializations for skills. Like, Exalted in particular uses this system where basically you can get a specialty in a skill. So like perform, you could specialize in dance or singing. And so while your general capability with performing is so many dots, if you get a specialty for it in singing, and you're in a singing situation, there you go. You've got, you get a bonus to your dice.
Yeah, that would be kind of like the merits in Exalted.
Merits are different. Specialties are a thing by themselves. Skills and such can have specialties to them.
I was just thinking about how we would track them on a sheet. Is that you would write in your specialty and add your dots.
Oh. Well, I mean, on sheets, like for World of Darkness, I think they got rid of specialties in Exalted Essence, but previous Exalted and World of Darkness, they had lines after each skill on the sheet, which were meant for you to write in that specialty.
That would be an easy enough thing to do.
Yeah, customizable skills that someone learns.
And actually, we could pull some of what we've got in the smart skills down to like 3 or 4 lines of knowledge.
For knowledge, that, yeah, you know, we would have, like, for science, if we had a science skill under smart, you could be specialized in archaeology or geology or such, and you could get more than one specialization.
Yeah.
It's just something else to work into.
Yeah. And then of course medicine would be a skill, though not sure what specialties we would have for that, but most of the specialties are things that you come up with yourself to categorize into those fields. Like my werewolf character on Friday, he's got computer with hacking as a specialty. Let me go ahead and stop editing the sheet and stuff. Let me go ahead and go through the suggestions and get those cleared out real quick. Place your troops for Stream Raiders, everybody. And then Let me move the dock down for the viewers so they could actually see what we're working on. And it occurred to me after I stepped away that, oh, right, they probably won't be able to see any of this. Okay. And what are you sorry about?
I'm saying sorry to the viewers.
Oh. Ow. Alright, so those are all accepted. Let's see what we've got. Brawl, evasion. Do we want to keep... Okay, so... Do we want to keep evasion as a skill?
I think, honestly, a lot of roleplay systems overlook training to dodge.
That is fair. We could have a separate a separate section for those. But as far as this goes,
I am gonna suggest one more change here.
I can accept that. We may arrange these differently.
Later. This is just the initial rough draft.
Let me bring up the D&D skills. Because we can pull some inspiration from that as well. I personally would like to remove academics. Because academics and science are basically the same thing. At least the way they're used in... Actually, I guess they do have them separate. Academics, I think, is typically your ability to study things.
Yeah, study, research, investigate.
Yeah. I guess we really don't need animal handling in this.
No, no, not unless.
Oh. No.
Yeah.
Yes, the answer to that is no.
But what if I want to make a pet out of Jangmo?
You think Azurath would become your pet? Absolutely not.
I didn't say a Zurith, I said a Jangmo.
Gwent.
I do like how they did acrobatics and athletics in 5e. Athletics, I would probably put under tough.
So, what
And
if we were to
acrobatics under
move
cool.
evasion down to general? We put athletics up here. And then we put acrobatics there.
Yeah, that works. So in Exalted and such, they separate perception into alertness and awareness. Where alertness is, well, kind of how alert you are. How responsive you are. I'm not particularly fond of them being separated, though.
I'm not either. Alertness and awareness is actually handled in D&D as perception and passive perception.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's a slightly better way to handle it. We were just using the words I was looking at. But yeah. Perception just makes more sense. How perceptive are you of the world around you?
Although in D&D, perception is way too strong a skill, so you kind of like splitting it up. I mean, regardless, perception, alertness, awareness, those are always going to be god tier skills. Those are, you need to max those out, or at least one person needs to. Because otherwise...
They also simplify things for GMs. For game masters, it makes it so much easier if they only have to tell a person to roll a single stat to handle hearing, sight, smell, etc. At one point, D&D did have them split up.
Oh, they did.
It was a nightmare. Having run those editions, it was a nightmare.
Yeah, it's Spot, you had Listen, you had, it was a nightmare. Oh yeah, Search was a separate one as well. I do like having Search. I will say Search was a nice skill to have, though I think they lumped that into Investigation, which I'm okay with. Because Investigation it thus makes Investigation a bit more useful, because it's not just searching an area, it is also looking at, you know... With Investigation, that is talking to people, that is looking around an area, that's trying to find information, trying to get information from somebody, or so on and so forth. So I do like the Investigation. We are winding up with a lot of these skills that are in Smart, though, and not as many as in the others, and I do want to keep them even.
Well, that's what I was thinking, except for Smart, we want to try and keep them even, but since Smart has a lot of those, the other one is that we could move a couple of the skills we have under Smart into General. I mean, since this is kind of inspired by a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, we could move like investigation and maybe medicine into general.
Actually, Poldo, the way they work is awareness is basically passive perception and alertness is active. I still think we're probably going to keep it just perception. No matter what we do, we're going to have people that aren't too fond of one thing or another. But we're looking at, in general, what's the easiest thing for as many people as possible.
What would be cool? No, what would be beauty? The first thing that came to mind is bluff. I'm trying to figure out where that would go.
Bluff
Again,
bluff goes under deception.
Okay.
Bluff is very much a deception thing.
Hey guys, I gotta AFK for a sec.
Okay. I'm kind of feeling like I kind of feel like replacing empathy with insight. It feels a bit more generalized to me then.
Alright.
We can still have it under cute, though. And again, part of what I'm trying to do is keep it familiar for new players so we don't have to worry about, about questions of what the heck is this used for?
You said you're getting rid of investigations and just keeping it as perception, right?
No, investigation stays by itself.
Alright.
Those are definitely two separate skills. Though part of me wants to put investigation under cool as well. It does make sense in smart, but to move them around a bit, and while it does make sense in smart, I would like to ideally have all of the columns be equal size.
As here's something that came across to me. Every other section has 3 except for smart, which has a bunch. So what could we move to general if possible? Because I can't think of anything for beauty or cute.
I could be okay with having general be a little longer. Poldo, so these are just categories, and yeah, most of these are gonna fall into intelligence as well. It's just kind of how it works. We're doing these categories to keep a resemblance to the, to the video games where they've got these contest skills. But they're just, they're simply going to be used as headers, and we do want to try to keep them close and similar, but at the same time, some of them may not fit perfectly into their category. Like investigation probably fits best into smart. However, we want to have even columns, because we'll list these as columns across the sheet. So ideally, we would want to have the same number in each. General, like I said, I'm okay with that being a little bigger. We'd probably list general skills above the rest of them and have those in a few columns. Hello, Chris. Also, it looks like pirates are done. Let me go and do that. Ow. Hi, Zerda. Oh, this map for me has all of the enemies as invisible for some reason.
Ah.
It's still early access.
That's fine. I can see the enemies. You can't.
Well, I don't need to see them. I just place my captain unit and they go wherever the hell they go.
Huh.
Chris, that is up to the player. It doesn't necessarily have to be a cool or looking cool or keeping a cool head or anything. We're mostly just using these to keep a resemblance to the games. So these are mostly just headers. I liked acrobatics under cool. Perception makes sense there. Stealth and investigation, yeah, those work well and cool. Brawl, intimidate, and athletics. I'm not necessarily beholden to brawl.
Perform is more of a general thing, because perform can mean so many different things.
Yeah, and perform literally, like, you could have a cool performance, a beautiful performance, a cute performance. It's just, technically you could even have a tough and smart performance. So that's why we've also got the general category where perform goes. For channel... So basically, the way this system is going to work is they roll strength, dex, con, int, wisdom, or charisma. Like, they take from those pools, and then they add the one of the skills for their roll. So I know you were questioning throw. I would personally just say a ranged combat one.
To me, that starts to put, for combat, you have melee combat, ranged combat, and then channel combat because, you know, special attacks.
I would personally put them both as like just get rid of channel and go with melee and ranged.
And probably would make it much easier on the stats anyways.
That's kind of my thinking, is we want this to be easier.
You don't need so many different systems of like, oh yes, you must have to do an action to pull back the bow.
Alright, so we are not going to do a game tonight for Poker Roll.
Oh.
You have to catch up, you're way behind. Oh, on watching the recordings? Yeah.
A couple of them we did just like go 2 a week, which was normally faster than most.
Yeah, we're all just really excited to get past this first spot so we can get into it, and then it'll probably slow down a bit, I think.
Maybe.
Blue, or
Yeah.
Arzy, could you look in the Poker Roll book and read off what do they describe allure and etiquette as being?
Absolutely. Poker roll. I know 2.0 a little bit better, but it should be the same thing. 5. Skills next to page 25.
I'm wondering if they might describe those similar enough to other things that we can just roll them
allure
into
and
those.
what?
Allure and etiquette?
Allure. Pokemon will often try to make you feel like they are interested in you, either to win your favor or prevent being attacked. How genuine that feels to others depends on this specialty. In etiquette. Some situations require good manners and elegance, refinement, gentleness, and grace. They make the difference between a prince and the pauper. Etiquette is being more royal-like and being, you know, really proper to, say, the guildmaster. While allure is like, I'm attracted to this one. I want to allure them. And be all pretty. They're two different types of persuasion. In a way.
Yeah, so might be better to have persuasion. Just roll them into persuasion then. Oh yeah, sleight of hand. That could probably... Well, we'll just roll that into stealth.
Yeah.
I know a lot of systems have stealth and sleight of hand separate, but I think we'll just roll them into stealth for this.
Like, sure, we can have stats for, like, everything, but, you know, that's also a
Jerk.
lot.
Yeah.
And you don't want that. Reminds me I should check my Pokerol videos, see if they're all published.
I'm thinking we're gonna do away with academics. Just use investigation for that. That'll reduce the smart skills to just 4. And then we simply come up with options for... Because getting the others to 4 would be easier than trying to get them all to 5. Zolette, I can definitely understand the reasoning for having them separate, but I don't really want to keep those separate in this. Just have it part of stealth. That is a good point, Chris. Resistance, or like Essence, Exalted calls it integrity. We could definitely put that into tough. Exalted basically rolls endurance, resilience, mental durability, etc. into integrity. So yeah, having that in tough could be good. We'll do away with academics for now.
Alright.
But I'm gonna strike through that. Where is the strike through? There we go. Because we might bring it back, but we may just leave it gone. We definitely need somewhere for... Yep. We'll move acrobatics to beauty. And that will open up a space in cool for ranged.
Alright.
I do kind of want melee and range to be separated for weaponry. Though I guess we could put those into general skills. Because part of these, the tough, cool, beauty, those are more natural things to the Pokemon. Tools aren't exactly natural.
You have a point.
So we could put, like, ranged weaponry and melee weaponry into general skills. Whereas for tough and cool, we've got the melee and ranged for their moves. Because I do feel like those should be separate. Yeah, dog with a gun. Because for Pokemon, moves are far more natural than weapons are. So having them separate feels good to me. There is a sword Pokemon, but they don't actually use the sword, except for as part of a move. You make a good point, Zolette. There are some Pokemon that use tools, like Cubone. It's still something where I would say that we want to have them be separate. And this actually helps out a bit with, like, we could give those Pokemon, Farfetch'd, Cubone, etc., a racial bonus to those to the, because I was thinking about adding racial bonus dots, just one or maybe two.
And, it's like, in standard D&D, how races have racial bonuses, depending on, like, how you want to play the character. I do like it. However, the first thing that comes to mind is, how is the balancing going to play out for that? Because it could also run into the issue of, oh, some Pokemon are just absolutely outright better.
I would probably do it as a... like, yeah, some of those bonuses are going to be more useful. Like, we give something a bonus to perception, that perception is god tier. But it would still only be one bonus. We would only give a 1-dot bonus, I think. So while it is superior, it's not so much so that it's not so much that it's not like what we're facing with Pokerole right now. Because, like, I've got to catch up on 3 attributes as opposed to, okay, they get a bonus to perception. And either way, for the dots that you can spend during character creation, we would still have a max, and the natural ability of the Pokemon would not... we're definitely going to have a max on these skills. What? We haven't got into the cost for leveling things up yet, Poldo. However, I don't think 1 2-dot skill is going to be more expensive than 2 1-dot skills, but it is going to be more expensive to level up a skill to 2 dots than it would be to buy 1 dot in a skill you don't have any dots in yet. At character creation, it would not matter. This would be experience point cost to, so basically with the point buy, it's not going to matter, like, you're not getting so many experience points, you're just getting so many dots to distribute. That's how it would work at character creation. So if you wanted to boost it up, it's just 3 dots. You'd have a pool of dots. That said, in terms of yeah, Zerda, that's what we're trying to work on. There are at least 3 Pokemon tabletop games out there, but none of them have any focus on Mystery Dungeon. They are made for trainers. So your character is the trainer, and you have a party of Pokemon.
Hey, Sam, I have a small question.
Yeah?
What if we looked at the other Pokemon tabletop systems and see how they used it for their stats and skills?
So, I'm not sure about doing that. I did look at Odyssey. Odyssey is very much mechanics heavy. They based the Odyssey on D&D 4th edition.
Okay then. I will now go take a small break. For reals.
Oh, okay. I'm all alone. Yeah, that's not going to be a factor here, Paldo. After you start playing, there is going to be more cost. However, at character creation, you're not going to have to worry about that much because of the fact that there's no you're not spending points, you are spending dots. There is not a luck stat. I don't think we're going to include something like that. Yeah, exactly, Paldo. Zerta, we are focusing this system on Mystery Dungeon. We are building this. We are not even considering trainers on all of this. Those will come. Those might come later. Right now, this is purely focused on the Mystery Dungeon side of things. Oh, hi, Rygon.
Yeah, I finished up my thing, so figured I'd pop on by. What's up?
Oh, we're just working on this stuff. So, did you take a look at the doc that I sent?
Not yet. I've been quite busy. I was narrating a visual novel, and we just reached the end of the first chapter.
Ah, okay.
That's why I wasn't able to come in earlier, because we actually have a good amount of viewers right now, just from the narration.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, too bad you guys weren't there. You probably would have gotten some spooks out of it. Some horror.
Well, I did send you the doc.
Okay.
Most of it does not really pertain to what we're... Like, we've got the first page here, we kind of made notes of what already exists across a couple of systems.
Mm-hmm.
To then build off of those for our system.
Okay.
Yes, Zerta, exactly. We are supposed to be above and beyond the norm. Also, Rygon, if you want to share that Google Doc, you are welcome to do so.
Sure, I just don't know who I'd share it with.
Well, I was meaning like your chat, but...
I mean, sure. Here you go, everybody, if you want to take a look at it. You mean like just on stream or as a link?
Up to you. But you can share the link if you want. It
No,
looks
I'll share
like
the
you are
link, why
now a
not?
Loris, though. Whatever that is.
I'm now a Loris.
A Loris.
I have no idea what that is.
Some kind of primate, apparently.
Ugh. No thanks. I'm already
Sorry.
a primate. What do I want to be another one?
Sorry, Google has decided.
No, I refuse to accept the results. I will dream for TF of other things.
Oh, okay. So,
I mean, because to me, it's like there's no difference.
fair. So, right now, if you scroll down to the second page, that is what we're currently working on.
All right.
All of that on the first page, except for that first note about using D10s. The rest of that is just pulling notes from other systems. No food yet, or no hug either.
No food, no hug.
Yeah, none of that yet today. So, we wanted to keep the aspect of the tough, cool, beauty, cute, and smart. You know, because those are the contest skills in Pokemon. However, those are just going to be categories for the skills. What we're
In what
thinking,
way?
well, basically just separating them out a little bit and just having it be like, uh, it's just a category instead of actual meaning to the system. Though if we do a pasta is very acceptable. But if we do like a contest, we might roll. Like if we're in a beauty contest, we would be rolling the etiquette skill, lure skill, deception, acrobatics. One of those. At least based on our current thinking here. The attributes that we decided to go with are just the standard D&D array. Mostly because the main skeletons we're building off of is World of Darkness and Exalted, as well as pulling some from Poker Roll. But we still are pulling from stuff from D&D because it is the most popular tabletop game. It is the most
and it's well structured.
Yeah, it's well structured, definitely. So just copying their attributes from there, I think, is fine. And it gives new players to our system a foundation because they know how those work in D&D.
Oh, okay.
Zerda, I will be surprised if we even get 4 people playing this game. Or 4 groups playing this game. It would be cool to see many, but, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, this is more of a for us thing. And with the icing on topping, if other people like it, great.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're going with the strength, dex, con, int, whiz, and charisma. And then, as you can see here, we're kind of separating out some skills, just categorizing under tough, cool, beauty, cute, smart. And then we also have general skills. Because, perform can very easily fall under any of those categories.
Oh, I get you. And to anyone who's in my chat right now, feel free to check out Raw Zim. They are also streaming the Just Chatting. That they're the individual who's talking right now. Feel free to give them a look-see.
I exist. I just have food.
Oh, are you streaming right now?
No.
Okay.
I just want to say I exist. That's it.
Welcome, I exist.
Yeah, Rygon is also here now. He's the DM for our poker roll game. So that's why I was kind of like, I really want his input on these things because, he's the DM.
Yeah. I would have come earlier, but I was just having a really good stream tonight, so I didn't want to interrupt the other thing.
But that's
otherwise I would have been here.
We also have Arzadeu and Panthenea Silverwood, who are also here in voice with us. Though Panth has been AFK for a bit, but that's okay. So do go check out my friends. I figured Panth's input was also very valuable, as, she used to run a hobby store. She ran all sorts of different systems.
Very true.
But yeah, so right now, I was going to do melee weapons, ranged weapons. I wanted to set those up as actual skills that are separate from the melee and ranged for moves. Because moves are more natural than using a tool of some kind would be. So that's why I want to have those as separate skills. Channel, I was thinking of doing away with because it doesn't I think we've got that pretty well covered with because what I've seen in the game is basically pretty much those that just applies to special type moves, which are basically just ranged moves. So we've got that covered with the ranged moves skill up there.
Why don't you call that range channel then?
I don't want to. I want it to be more familiar to new players. And if we call it channel, we're gonna have to really explain. People are gonna have to explain. Okay, that's what this means. Which I know
Hey,
it's not
DM,
that.
what's the difference between this ranged and this other ranged? There's two different ranges here. Isn't this range for weapons too? I'm confused. I could see that conversation happening too.
Well, that
Yeah.
is easily solved by ranged
There you go.
moves and melee moves.
There you go. What I'm saying is just it's important that we differentiate. If we're not going to have channel there and we're going to avoid that particular conversation, then let's just make sure to specify.
Yeah, it's a good idea. So right now so I want to have the contest skills be the same number of skills in each, which is why, just so it looks neat on the character sheet, you know? So right now for tough, we've got melee moves, intimidate, athletics, and integrity. Integrity is kind of your ability to resist things like growl. Your ability to resist it's kind of just your ability to resist
It's your will.
things. Yeah, your willpower, yeah. Though not necessarily just will, but it could have more uses than that.
Yeah. It's like your will, your grit, all that sort of stuff that essentially
Yeah.
means that you stay firm as a rock and you keep moving in the direction you want to move.
For cool skills, we've got ranged moves, perception, stealth, and investigation.
Okay.
There's definitely an argument to be made for investigation being under smart, but we already have a lot of stuff under smart. So
I'm fine with it being under cool, and hey, I'd even want athletics to be aside from tough as well.
What do you mean aside?
To be removed from tough and placed somewhere else potentially.
Like where?
That's a good question. Cute.
I'm
Well,
putting
It's not necessarily that we have to remove it, but I do feel like cute needs something more added to it, so we have an even
I agree.
4 in each.
Oh yeah.
But we have to make sure it's impactful. Hey, Cool Tracks, good to see you. Yeah, we just finished up the narration for a visual novel, and now we're just chatting for tonight.
Do you have an idea for what we could replace athletics with in tough? Because right now we've got 4 in tough.
Yeah.
And I will say we also have acrobatics, which while I kind of want to put that under cool, I feel like it also could fit under beauty, so that's where we put that. Just because we've got a lot for cool already.
We could divide athletics up into 2 categories, one being strength and the other being finesse.
Well, athletics and acrobatics are basically that.
You have an acrobatics in there?
Yeah, that's under beauty.
Oh, yep, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, we're pulling from D&D 5e with how they split those up. You know, athletics is climbing, it's swimming, it's things that are very strength intensive. Whereas acrobatics are your more finesse, your balance, your dodge and such.
Gotta be beautiful while doing them dodges. All right, cute. What could we add in for cute then? Because cute right now looks like a social powerhouse. You get to see what other people are about. You get to, you know, put yourself out as a certain thing, that sort of thing. So what could cute be? What else could be added to cute?
It would be nice to add something into cute that isn't necessarily social.
What about like initiative?
That's not a bad idea. Instead of like most systems where your initiative is just your dex score, we could absolutely have an actual initiative skill.
Yeah.
For how quick you react to things.
Good, and it makes sense. I mean, socially, that's something that you would use initiative with, and it would still give players a reason to build into cute skills because it allows them to move faster on an actual battlefield. Even if they're not necessarily the fastest or strongest or the strongest or whatever, they can still have an impact on the flow.
See, this is why I wanted you here earlier. I've literally been sitting here for like the last 20 minutes trying to think of something to put into cute.
Listen, Aragon was busy. You cannot blame him.
I know, but still. Yeah, that works for me.
All right, let's put it in.
So smart, we've got lore, medicine, science, and craft. Academics was one that Panth was pushing for, but I think it fits well under investigation as well. All things involving academics. Academics is a skill in World of Darkness where basically... one sec, I've got a message on Discord. Oh, hey.
WD type.
Sorry. An artist messaged me.
I would actually probably combine science and academics together and just call it like intellect or something like that. Because I do think it's something that should probably remain with smart, but just simply opening up the umbrella, just broadening it out a little bit. Lore would be remembering forgotten information. Medicine would be obviously the complications of the Pokemon bodies and all that stuff. And intellect could be like, the random bits and bobbles that you have to come up with on the spot. Like, oh, let's see what this machine does. Oh, I think it might be something to do with electricity, sort of thing. So it's a little bit of study. It's a little bit of on the spot.
So what should we call the combined one then?
Could just straight up just call it intellect.
Well, the problem there is that we have intelligence as one of our main attributes. I feel like they might be too similar.
That's a good question then.
Let's call it study, or maybe just call it academics.
This is where you need a thesaurus for.
I come back to talk about sources? Okay.
No sense struggling over something if we can just look it up real quick.
Fair. I do like the idea of calling it academics, though. I am playing around with the idea in my head. Go ahead.
How about intuition?
Ooh, I like intuition. Intuition's a good thing. What are you using this for again?
Rygon is suggesting basically combining science and academics.
Alright. As intuition? Alright, alright.
I'm not sure about intuition.
Okay.
we've
The other
got-
one here we have is acumen, genius, thinker. We could also call it mentality. Mentality actually isn't half bad.
Yeah, exactly, Chris. Intuition feels a lot more instinct than logic.
I
And
would
we'll-
go with acumen, but I feel like that's a word a lot of people probably wouldn't know.
That is fair.
That's a word I know, but we have to think about a player base, not just, oh, this is what you and I know and stuff. I mean, academics, I think, is a fine fallback, and honestly, I'm for it. But mentality probably isn't too bad of a runner-up. But honestly, if I had to bounce between the two, I'd go with academics.
What do you think, RZ? And chat. By all means, chat. Add in your input on this stuff.
Calling it... Oh gosh darn it, I space out at the wrong time.
Well, stop doing that. Focus. We're talking about academics, or calling it academics, or calling it mentality, I believe was the other one.
I think academics is a better name, my opinion. Mentality... That's...
Here's a
That's
fun one.
It's a fun one. I don't know if it would go under smarts. That would be like a general skill, my opinion.
Well, that's what I'm trying to make it as is a general skill. I wanted to be an umbrella term that encompasses science, study, intelligence, etc., etc. It's that skill that you kind of use whenever it's not related to medicine or lore. You just throw it at everything else.
Yeah, I like the sounds of academics for it.
Yeah, me too. You want to know a fun word though?
Chris
Okay.
suggested knowledge. Well,
I like knowledge.
Knowledge kind of fits under lore, though.
It kind of does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how about this? And this is not a suggestion like, hey, this is what we should do. This is just a fun word. Cerebration.
There are a lot of words like that out there.
Yeah, you're
Like
so
foibles.
intelligent. You have cerebration. Yeah, foibles. I love foibles. Foibles is a great word.
Celebration time, come on.
Foibles is a very fun word, and it's just
We
a
can
lot
also
of people
call it.
think it's made up because of the name.
There's also a couple of others here. Reason and understanding.
Ooh.
Understanding probably actually wouldn't be too bad a one. That has that nice general term to just, hey, I want to understand this. Okay, use your understanding then, see if you know it.
I do like it, but at the same time, I'm still feeling more academics fitting better.
Yeah. The only reason why I'm still kind of resisting academics a little bit, much as I actually do prefer it over a lot of these other words, is simply because it sounds like it's too studied. If that makes any sense. Like, oh, you had to have read the book in order to have the knowledge sort of thing, as opposed to, hey, maybe I'm just naturally gifted with this sort of stuff. Like, you know, hey, I've worked on machines for a little while, and so I know machines a bit better in this Pokemon world, sort of thing.
That does make sense. Your concern there.
Yeah. What my fear is that it's not separated enough from lore.
lore for yeah, you do make a good point there. I will say there are several systems that have those separate. Like World of Darkness has academics, and it's got academics, medicine, science. It also has, I believe it's esoterica, which is meant to be... It's got so many skills. Way too many that are just needless.
Yeah. And that's something, I think having a number of 4 for each is just fine. 5, maybe, if we really want to stretch it, but I think 4 is our magic number here.
I think so.
We just want to make sure that players understand that all the capabilities of the 4 that they've got. So I love academics. I just don't feel like it truly encompasses everything that skill is meant to provide. Knowledge, now that I say that, I'm honestly kind of leaning towards knowledge. Knowledge or understanding or mentality. We could even throw in the word comprehension as well.
But if we change it to knowledge, how is that going to differentiate it from lore? Because academics feels more separated from lore than, you know.
Yeah.
Lore feels plenty separated from academics. Whereas if we change academics to knowledge, I feel like that's going to get way too close.
How about ingenuity?
Ingenuity is more creative type things, coming up with things.
I think that's okay. We could actually probably take academics, combine it into lore, and then have ingenuity for all the other generalized stuff out there. Academics is studied stuff. Ingenuity could be the non-studied stuff.
I wish Pants would get back. I would love her input.
Well, we are recording this. Maybe they can watch the VODs after.
Yeah.
Get jump scared in my little narration.
Well, we'll go ahead and table this discussion for the moment, but I will add a comment. Academics for studied information.
Yeah, academics for studied information, and ingenuity for non-studied. And then we could probably also make for smart. We could allow the DM to split it off even further if they wanted to. Like, let's say they're running a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon and one character has a lot of studies in religion, but not, like, say, book smarts. Then the DM could split off and say, like, oh, you're really studied in this, but not this. I'm going to make sure to specify that. So it's not a specification of the... like a default specification, but it's one that the DM could choose to do if they so wish later when they're creating their own game. And smart skills would be the only one that would be applicable to.
Sorry, run that by me again.
What I'm saying is we could also write down a comment that smart skills. Let's say we have all of our attributes, we have them all out on a nice little list. We simply keep a couple of spots blank in smarts to just allow the DM to differentiate if they want to further split off their academics into more specific skill sets. Like instead of academics for all studied work, they just want academics for religious study and another one for lore study or
That
whatever. They can choose to differentiate it themselves, but they're
that
not
is
default.
that is actually something that I mentioned earlier and was going to mention to you, but then we got sidetracked.
Mhm.
There is a system in World of Darkness as well as Exalted called specialties. Specialty. So on the character sheet for uh, World of Darkness, they have lines after them. Let me go ahead and take a screenshot to show you.
It just to show this is what you specialized into.
Yeah. I think
I'll put
having
this
some
in.
way to show that specification would be good.
So they've got lines. I think part of it, like, honestly, I think part of it is also meant to help keep it even. But they do have those spaces that are meant for you to write in specialties. So not every skill is going to have something that you can really specialize with. Like it's, I mean, perception. You could be particularly good at hearing. Um, but like you might, when it comes to academics, you might have a specialty for archaeology. And so you would get a bonus to your rolls beyond what the dots, however many dots you have. You would
Mhm.
get a bonus to your rolls on academics if you are rolling for something involving archaeology.
There we go. I'm all for
Um,
it. Having that specification, I think, would be good overall for the system.
yeah, that is something that I was wanting to run by you for adding is those specialties. And those are generally things that the player comes up with. And honestly, the system kind of is like, all right, you can make your argument to your DM on whether or not your specialty applies. And you can have more than one specialty. For example, with my werewolf character, uh, he has. Oh, I opened up the wrong one. He has computer hacking. He has computer skill with hacking as a specialty. So if he is
Mhm.
hacking a computer, he gets a bonus beyond the 3 dots he has in computers. And then stealth. For him, he's a spy. He goes into a big evil corporation. So he's got several dots in stealth, but with a specialty for business terrain.
Mhm.
So he's particularly good at blending in an office environment or hiding or such in there. But yeah, that's the way those specialties would work, and they just give an extra die that you get to roll. It's nothing huge. Let me go ahead and make a note here of this.
Okay.
There. I added that note. A note here. Huge success! I'm going to ignore that because that is how I want it written. They wanted me to change die to do, and I'm like, no, this is proper for what I'm writing here. So in my mind, for setting this up on a character sheet, we would have the columns of the contest skills, and then the general skills would probably be above those and spread out above the various columns of these. So I would like to... Well, right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So actually right now I would like to have a quantity of 5. A multiple of 5 for it. Survival, I do feel it's good being in the general category. Nature, I kind of feel like could be separated out.
Could be.
Evasion... I think I'm gonna...
evasion.
Go ahead. With what
I'm looking at the rest. Evasion could go under beauty, but I also want to take a bit of power away from beauty. What I don't want to see is just people going like, oh, I'm only going to do, say, beauty skills, or I'm only going to do smart skills. I'd like to see some spreading out a little bit, so that way players are like, oh, well, I can put in a lot of points into, like, say, beauty stuff, but it's also relevant for me to put points in other areas, so that way I can, maximize my character a little bit.
I will say, if they focus all on beauty skills, it's not going to have any real significant difference. Because they cannot put dots into beauty. We're not doing this fight survival contest anymore. So say you want to roll acrobatics. You might, the DM would ask you for, okay, give me a dex plus acrobatics. Or perhaps you feel like it's something that's more constitution based. Okay, so give me a con plus acrobatics. Not the greatest example because, basically everything involving acrobatics is going to be dex, but you kind of get the idea there.
Well,
so it's not going to be... It's not going to be dex plus beauty plus acrobatics. It's just dex plus acrobatics. This is more just so it looks neater on the sheet, while also having the homage to the contest skills.
Okay. I do think something should be attached to them, though. I'm just not sure what. No, that's nature's. No. I'll have to think about it a little bit. Because I do agree with you. I think leaving them as a homage is just fine. But I also feel like there's something here we could do to make them relevant, to have characters say like, oh, I want to invest in such and such.
Well, we were talking about those being primarily for, like, if we do get into a contest, the Pokemon contests, that's where the categories would come into play.
Yeah.
Like, we could, while contests are a trainer-based thing, we could absolutely have those as part of, like, a festival or something. Using contest rules to, compete in a like a beauty pageant or a some kind of contest between the Pokemon for like a festival or something.
Yeah.
So if you're
That's kind of what I mean, yeah.
So if you're entering a beauty pageant, the relevant skills there would be the etiquette, allure, deception, or acrobatics.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the follow, Schmoops Otter Nonsense.
Oh, Schmoops! Hey there!
Yeah, hope you're having yourself a good evening. We're just chatting some poker roll up in the night. Wish you'd been here a little bit earlier. You would have had some visual novel horror narration. You might have liked it. Yep, we'll be teaming up tomorrow with Zebra. I'll just have to make sure to actually buy the game and get it downloaded before I go to bed tonight. You guys playing with any mods that I need to be aware of?
What are you guys playing?
7 Days to Die.
Oh.
Yeah, they do look pretty cute on their little seats.
Schmoops, it's Zim, by the way.
No, lies. Lies. This is evil. This is evilism. We're plotting.
We're just calling you a sneaky little shit? Okay. What did you do?
Probably because I think I have Jet's icon for the reactive right now.
Okay.
I don't actually have a Zim reactive icon yet. I do plan to fix that.
I'm gonna go back to warming up my food.
Oh, no, you're good.
Okay. No, yeah, you're fine. That we're having just kind of a casual chat as we look over and we discuss various issues about the poker roll system, what we would like to change, and what makes sense here. So this is very casual. Like, feel free to chat. So I do like the idea of having something attached to like the tough, cool, beauty, cute, and smart. Even if it's not necessarily something that is like super impactful in the game to game sort of thing.
Well, like that screenshot I sent you, they're a little cut off at the top, but World of Darkness separates them out into talents, skills, and knowledges.
Mm-hmm.
And those are just categories for them rather than anything relevant to the game. But at least in this situation, like if you do get into a beauty pageant, you could still use like the cute and the smart and such, but your primary things to win are going to be those skills. And so, but otherwise, they're just categories.
Yeah. I think what should have the more impactful bit, though, is an individual's nature. I think that needs to have more impact. Something that if a character follows the nature, to a reasonable degree, then they should be rewarded for it in some way. That's something that I felt was very lacking within the poker roll and indeed a lot of those games in general. And that's something I feel that Pokemon itself could really capitalize on. You have your natures. Let's reward you for actually following your nature.
Well, in the Pokemon games, the nature only impacts what you're actually Like this nature here that I just highlighted is actually referring to, like, forests or terrain and such. It's,
Oh, I
you know,
know. I'm talking about like
but like the
the
jolly
Pokemon
nature.
natures. Yeah, exactly. I'm talking about those, the personalities. Because I've never actually really seen it where those sort of like that sort of concept actually has an impact on a character and their ability to play the game. So I think we're in a unique position where we can have them have some kind of an impact. Like if you follow your jolly nature, you get rewarded for following your jolly nature to a reasonable degree. Even if it's something that's ultimately left up to the DM, at the very least we can make mention of it.
We could have inspiration dice of our own. When it comes to following your nature, the DM could reward them with inspiration dice that you can then add to a roll later on.
See, there we go. That's something that I would like because one, it encourages roleplay. Two, it utilizes the unique mechanics that is, like I said, unique to Pokemon. And three, it allows the DM to feel like they're doing a good job when they are able to reward this stuff. It hits on three major points that overall I think would be good.
Well, let's go ahead and make note of that.
Because what other game do you know out there that has such an extensive list of personalities and actually does something with them? Pokemon included.
They're actually doing something with them, not many.
Yeah. And for
But-
Pokemon, even for Pokemon, it's like a slight buff for like one thing or another, and that's about it.
Zerda, I don't think we're going to do anything with Eevee or Ivy. At all. Because this is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon based, and so it doesn't have, that sort of thing doesn't have bearing on Mystery Dungeon. Eevees and
Let's get
Ivies are all trainer based.
Well, plus, let's be honest, it would get awkward real quick.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, this is my original character. What's their IVs? Great. I'm gonna find like the best mate out there, and we're gonna make some beautiful babies.
Hey there, Gilligan. Yeah, the
Back with warm
gummies.
food.
The gummies are something that they had, which we will probably implement here. However, they'll probably just give experience or something.
I agree. Otherwise, if you just have it to increase intelligence in a way, it's... eh.
If we have the gummies where they increase dot, just give you a free dot, people would save them until they've got 4 dots and whatever it would increase, and then just eat it then.
You could always just put it where it gives you temporary dots, and they're only active. Like you can only have one active at a time. Like eating a bunch of gummies at once isn't actually going to help. You can only it's only going to react to the first one.
Well, either way, gummies should definitely be a very rare reward.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of them just giving you some experience. And I'm still personally really liking the idea of experience pools. Or different experience pools that you can spend on different things.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be a bit more to keep track of, but I still like the I still like the idea of the multiple experience pools.
That's one I'm a little trepidation. I have some trepidation on. I think I need to see it in practice before I could fully swing one way or another on it.
All right. Oh, apparently, cute is related to speed in the original in the games. So
Oh.
initiative being part of cute actually does fit very well. Good to
Oh,
know.
sweet. I guess the
Huh.
developers couldn't think of anything else to do with that either.
Let's see. So I think our attributes and skills, I think this section is good to go.
Okay.
Would you agree, or?
I think it is worth coming back to, but for now, I think it's fine.
Of course, all of this is going to require play testing, so we'll
Yeah.
have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, my worry, if anything, is just simply that either this stuff is too broad and some things are too specific. Like, I don't know, for example, investigation. Why would I want to put any skills into investigation when I could put one into academics and have far more information at my fingertips, sort of thing? So it's kind of one of those things where we'll have to play test and figure out how to balance out the skills so that way each one feels impactful in its own way.
Well, investigation. Did you play D&D 3rd edition?
No,
Okay. What about 3.5?
I played Pathfinder, if that counts, which I know is
don't
based off
remember.
of 3.5.
Does Pathfinder have the search skill still?
I don't think so.
Okay. Basically, investigation is your ability to search an area for anything that might be hidden, or like perception is your senses, whereas investigation is an active search.
Oh, I get that. What I'm saying is, to players, it might not seem as impactful as another skill. And I'm not trying to pick on investigation. I'm trying to say, like, some skills might seem more powerful than others. So we might have to do a little bit of balancing to figure out, like, okay, how can we broaden something out? How can we make something else more specific? So that way each skill looks at least near enough desirable that players are like, yeah, I definitely want to try going for this. Unless we actually want to encourage more specified builds so that characters can feel differentiated enough. Like, leave investigation as it is, we call it as it is, for those players that really want to be that detective of the group, sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't mind that setup. Where they do, because I mean, yeah, everybody, you could be spending your experience to level up all of these skills, but you're gonna run into that jack of all trades thing where you got everything, but you're a master of nothing.
Yeah.
But we do want to encourage people to specialize at least a little bit. Like, obviously, melee moves, melee weapons, the combat ones, those are definitely going to be priorities for a lot of players.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just no way of getting around that. I like the idea of those being actual skills, though.
There could be a way
Because
to get around that.
what were you saying? What are you thinking?
What if we attached a price to each skill? So, like, for example, and this is just, let's say we choose that the price that has to be paid has to be your XP, right? In order to gain another in, say, melee moves, you have to spend 20 XP. For investigation, it's 7. Gives investigation that to make it look a little bit more desirable while still maintaining the like, oh, if I go for that melee, like it's going to be more of an investment, but it's going to be worth it because it's more powerful, sort of thing.
That is more. I don't necessarily want to change the cost for each thing, but that is part of why I wanted to go with the multiple experience pools.
Mm-hmm.
So you would get combat experience that could then be put into, say, melee moves, ranged moves. The melee and ranged. We could probably include initiative in that group, but that experience could only be spent on those. And it would be based on you actually using those things is how you would earn them.
I feel like that's a bit of a snowball effect right there, though. You fight, ergo you get better melee and ranged, ergo you fight, therefore you get better melee and ranged, and it's just a repeating cycle. Why would I do anything else when I can so easily level up these things? Because it's natural for that stuff to level up quicker because it's getting better.
Fair. Well, Black Silver Fox made a good distinction here. Investigation is detective work, academics is library search. But that's
one way to put it.
We're a little past that, but
yeah, and again, I'm not trying to bully investigation or anything like that. I am fully well aware of what investigation is. It's merely I'm just taking a look at this and like, what kind of a system are we trying to set up here? Do we want some skills to be more desirable than others? If so, great. Do we want to put any kind of a limitation on that? Yes, no. What kind of limitation do we want if yes?
we could separate out combat skills and have them be their own thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just a section of combat-oriented skills. And those could collectively be more expensive. I just don't want people to be like, okay, investigation is 7 points, perception is 10 points, this is etiquette is 3 points. I don't want to go in that far with it, because that would turn off a lot of players that don't want to do too much math.
Which I think is
fair. No matter what, we're going to definitely have math involved on all of this. But that's part of tabletop games. You can't avoid that. But we can limit how much they have to look up and calculate. So we could absolutely separate out and set up actual combat skills.
I think that might not be a bad idea. And then we could leave the rest of these skills just being more like specialty skills. So how you build up your players, much kind of like how, I don't know, D&D does it. D&D separates out its weapons and fighting and whatnot from its generalized skills.
Oh, proficiencies.
Proficiencies, yeah. So there's a system that already does that, and it's already very popular. So,
well,
you know,
like for new players, yeah, definitely it's easy to keep track of, because D&D, all it has is just proficiency. And that is based on your level. And basically, you're either proficient in it or you're not. And if you are, and depending on your level, that's how much your proficiency modifier is. There's actually been a lot of even new players that aren't thrilled about that because it limits their customization that they can go into. Because it, like for rolling a melee attack in D&D, it's usually strength plus proficiency, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And proficiency is the same regardless of any other factors. You can't really spend anything to make proficiency better. But I do like the idea of separating out combat skills and making them a bit more expensive. We'll probably call those abilities instead of skills, though.
Combat
Though
abilities?
yeah, combat abilities. Well,
Because
actually,
otherwise they're gonna run into the same thing as like Pokemon already have abilities.
well, they have moves, but we'll call them
And
combat
abilities.
skills.
They have abilities. They have stuff like Blaze, Soundproof.
Oh, right. Yeah, you make a good point.
That's what I was trying to get to your head.
All right, so melee moves, ranged moves. Or actually, uh, hmm. I'm trying. So most likely, when you're making a melee move attack, you're going to have it's going to be strength most of the time.
Yeah.
Ranged is almost always dex. There are exceptions, like throwing weapons are strength based, and more finesse weapons are dex based. So do we want to actually have melee moves and ranged moves, or do we just want to have moves and weapons? Considering they also pull from the attributes.
It's a good question. I wouldn't mind having weapons be its own category, but that's if we're actually assuming like weapons could be their own thing and not just simply a thematic application of a Pokemon move. So like, yeah, you could use a sword, but the sword doesn't actually do anything. It's just there to be cool, essentially.
I am very much in support of separating them because, yeah, you can thematically, kind of like Cubone with his club, Farfetch'd with his leak. Those are used as part of moves rather than this is a sword you are actually slashing something with.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want those to be separated because of players such as Aurum, who, I don't know if he's told you this, but he's told me it. He doesn't want to use his moves. He wants his character to be completely based on using actual weapons, like his stick. And so that should be treated, in my opinion, that should be treated separate from your skill with using a natural move. Because the moves are natural for Pokemon. Weapons are not.
It's true. Personally, how I am looking at this is that the weapons are thematics. Sure, you can use strike, but that's about it. Because to do otherwise would mean that I'm going to have to do a shit ton of work to figure out the stats of a weapon, and I can't honestly be bothered.
As far as figuring out stats for weapons, I already have ideas for that. Pulling from Exalted, they basically have light, medium, and heavy weapons. And then you just, whatever the weapon may be, you put it into one of those categories, and that's the stats it has. It's not a perfect system, but I feel it works well enough that we can utilize it for... It's very generalized, but it works well enough, in my opinion. It's a simple system, but it's also... You can have it be much more broad than us having to come up with, okay, a short sword does this, a long sword does that, this does this does that. Instead of us having to come up with that, it's just, okay, is this a light, medium, or heavy weapon?
Okay, that's not a bad idea. It helps to simplify.
What, Aurum?
And it
counts as a light.
Probably would.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense about the different ones. Otherwise, I want to point out that I do have a Google Docs that include more held items for Pokeball, including weapons.
I wanted you to be involved on this, Oram, with your input, with your knowledge of Pokemon.
I don't think knowledge of Pokemon translates to all this.
Maybe.
But I would say range skills should probably be more of a clever thing than a cool thing. Because you also have to do aiming and...
So these are just the contest skills.
Yeah.
And clever
Range
isn't one of them.
Clever
Oh,
is
wait,
smart.
there. Yeah, but either way, we're separating these out. We're gonna do combat skills.
Well, I mean, you said ranged moves up there.
Yeah, because I just haven't erased it yet. Because you kind of came out and we've been discussing things.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's no longer in there. Also, hello there, Twitch Mod. Thank you for that follow.
Are they a real Twitch mod, though? That's the question.
I doubt it with a name like that. But so one thing we're debating right now, which maybe you can help with, I kind of want to make your skill with moves be different from your skill with weapons.
I could see that. I was actually thinking of something like that, having, because weapons are a human thing. Shouldn't that be based on our logic?
I'm personally leaning towards getting rid of the logic and instinct thing.
Really?
It's...
I agree with Zim. It's a roleplay thing that is not used
kinda
well,
like how it
and
goes.
when I first saw it, it's like I can lose my character from this, and no thank you.
Well, that's just it. I like it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be at the extreme of the poker roll games that we have now, that if you lose all sense of reason or logic or whatever, your character's essentially dead. I like it as a thing for roleplay, so I would want to keep it, we just simply tone it down a bit.
Also, I want to point out, while weapons are more of a human thing, they're actually more of a civilization thing. So if you have some sort of crafter, of course they're going to want to craft a weapon to make them stronger. But it requires a certain amount of intellect to make them.
Well, that's kind of why I want to keep the intellect and instinct, or the reason instinct or whatever, specifically because it helps to establish those kind of guidelines. Like, is my character really civilized enough for this kind of interaction? Yes, no.
That's a reason I really like instinct and logic, and I thought we were going with an edited version of it, where it's not the constant balance keeping and not losing our character. But in the actual rules, instinct is based on our moves. Higher instinct gives more moves and more power to moves, where higher logic gives ability to make weapons and stuff.
Mechanically, the only thing that instinct actually gives you mechanically in poker roll is at 2 dots you get access to at 2 dots of instinct you get access to, I think it's 10 experience or less moves.
Yeah.
That's it.
It gives you access to moves you can't normally
Roleplay-wise,
have access
you are more respected.
Yeah, roleplay-wise, Pokemon respect you more, and logic, if you go into logic, you remember more about your past and how to do things like a human would. It could also allow us to do things like maybe take down a broken car, fix it up, and drive that around for travel. Which would be really cool, actually.
Ragon, please don't make us get a car. I don't want to drive a car. What is a car?
Oh, he's not gonna make you. I am.
Actually, that kind of brings up a good point, or a good idea for... We could possibly put it into tough. It's not a perfect fit, but to replace the melee moves we removed from that, we could put mechanics.
Shouldn't that be?
It should be in smart, but at the same
Many
time... we're trying to
That's not
keep
a-
the same number of skills for each of those categories.
That's not a bad idea because it'll help to separate some smarts out of, or it'll help to separate some of the skills out of smarts, so people are
Yeah.
encouraged to invest elsewhere.
And
I don't mind that.
mechanics is not just cars. It's also, you know, levers and things like that. Understanding those kinds of things, or at least enough to use them.
It's elbow grease.
Yeah.
I would think you could separate it between practical skills and or practical knowledge and mechanical knowledge. Practical knowledge is knowing, yes, doing this will do this, and I could see that being tough. Where mechanical knowledge would be using pulleys or the very advanced machines does this thing.
This would, but the whole idea for these skills also is to give the DM broad categories to be like, this specific situation would fall under this attribute and this skill. So roll that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for taking it down because it makes it so we don't have to look it up every time.
So it's all primarily all of this is up to the DM to decide on. This is what he wants us to roll. So yeah, we can put mechanics in there because I can't see any way to do away with any of the smart skills we've got there. Because we've already kind of narrowed those down a lot as is.
The cool skills don't really make much sense, do they?
What do you mean?
Investigation, stealth, perception as cool skills. I could see stealth if people think ninjas, but...
Okay, maybe we should just do away with all of this.
No,
Because
it's
that seems
fine.
to be giving a lot of problems with everybody. Everybody's
What do
like,
you
why
mean?
are we doing this? And this doesn't fit here, this doesn't fit there, and...
We're
We're gonna make it fit.
We
We could also
could
just
try to make
have-
them fit.
We could, if we really wanted to make things a little complicated, have some skills that are a straight up just hybrid of some.
Man, can't believe this sim dude is a cute, adorable nerd.
I could see more advanced skills being a hybrid, like mechanics being a hybrid of tough and clever.
Honestly,
mean
my,
smart?
It's clever in the thing. It's called clever as its actual thing, not smart. On the
it's actually called both, depending on what system you're using.
on our sheet, for the Poke-Roll game we do, it's
No, it's not called clever.
yeah, it is
I literally copied it from the sheet.
from our sheet
There's-
in the
there's-
game.
Yeah.
This is a potato. Let's keep moving.
Oh,
Anyways,
Dorm's there right now. Well, I guess I better do this.
While he's getting pelted,
No, the
I
tickling's
personally
not
think-
active.
Oh, it's not active yet. Damn it.
that- Mm-hmm.
I
What?
do like the idea that Zim has, like, you know, for contests, but
What do you mean
we
reset?
come into the issue of, like, if we're trying to make it even and such, you run into the really big issue of
Of
part
what?
of me thinks, like, no, of what fits, and to make it even and look good.
Because not everything has to fit everywhere. Like, instead of having everything fit, or have everything have the same amount of skills, you could just have more commonly used skills on a thing with less skills on it. So one thing can have a lot of skills, but they don't get used very often, and another one can have not as many skills, but they are skills that are used predominantly.
If we're not going to have them be even, I don't see the point in us bothering to even separate them into categories.
It's probably what, in my opinion, is what we should do, because it's just gonna be painful to think about it otherwise.
We could just have some base stats for each, or some base skills for each one, and then we just utilize the hybrid skills for more specifics. Encourages people to kind of shop around a little bit, and helps to solve the problem of like, well, this thing doesn't quite fit here.
I'm good with that.
So we're getting rid of the categories?
Percent.
No,
Some
we're just
skills
simply
keep-
redefining them.
Yeah.
How are we redefining them?
Well, the categories, like say smart, will have just the base stuff, like say academic stays in smart. But then you could have something else like mechanics, which is a tough and smart hybrid.
How are we going to reflect that for players in an easy way?
That's a great question.
Just some
The
more advanced
easiest
skills
way
on
I can think about it would be we just simply have maybe like a what do you call like a flow chart?
We are not doing a
But
flow chart for skills.
Oh
I
wait,
mean,
no,
it's like an
flowchart skill
unlocking
tree?
chart.
Oh lord.
Yeah, skill tree.
Oh no.
But the quickest
Those
way
are
we could probably
simple.
do is just straight up have an alphabetized list.
I think we'll go with the alphabetized list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I think that would be worth looking into, and it's not like we have to shove a billion things on as hybrid skills. It's just simply like, you know, maybe
one doesn't
one
quite
of
fit.
each combination and call it a day.
Okay, so with this in mind, if we're just doing an alphabetized list, let's make a new line down here.
Okay. We would just simply put like say, we would put the skill name, and then we could either do it one of two ways. We could either put the skill name, then what it's a hybrid of, or the hybrid and then skill name.
I
would go
No,
alphabetized
no.
by the skills and then have what they are based on. So, like, we'd go intimidate is a tough skill.
There you go.
None of those are going to be rolled though.
Why do you say that?
No, I mean the tough and such, those don't actually have numbers that we're rolling.
Well,
But they do.
we're still working
they
through the
don't.
system, so I think it would
Not
be a
in
good
this
idea
one.
that we attach them anyway, in case we redefine that later as well. Because it could be that right now that's what we're saying, but who knows what the future's going to hold. We could end up attaching something to them.
Plus, some of our moves have those. Also, it's making me think of something else, actually, with that intimidate, what's the word? The thing, the description. Should our abilities be able to do some RP things out of game, like intimidate give a bonus to an intimidate check?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, your ability is intimidate.
Oh, that okay.
Yeah. Actually, no, yours isn't. Rowless?
I am playing with the idea of adding racial bonuses to the skills rather than attributes. So like Pokemon that have Intimidate as an ability, I would probably give them a free dot and Intimidate.
Or free extra dice.
Well, that's 1 dot equals 1 die.
Yeah. Hey, Cheyenne Jade. I am not Zebra Pig. I'm guessing I'm just merely being hosted on their channel right now. So I don't actually have 100,000 followers, but if I did, I'd say it'd be pretty cool.
Oh, Cult Lamb is having a Blood Moon Festival.
Okay. So, you guys are wanting... I'm feeling like this is getting to the point where you guys are wanting to make it way too complicated. Like, having these categories was just mostly to separate them out.
Mm-hmm.
But if we are going to be including, okay, this is a tough/smart, or a beauty, or a cute/cool, that I feel like that is just getting too overly complicated to include.
Maybe. For now, I think let's keep the list as it is and revisit it later.
When?
Well, just later. When we, one, have more people involved in the conversation, and two, when we have a better idea of what the system as a whole is going to start shaping out to look like. Then we could start integrating that particular list to better integrate with the rest.
I'm still not following what you're wanting to do here.
He wants to wait till
I'm
we-
saying let's revisit it later after we have discussed a few of the other pieces of what this role-playing poker role thing is going to look like.
Okay. Well, then what should we move on to next?
It's a great question. We could move on to something like, say, combat. We could work out if there is how our interactions going to be. We could work out items, because I know that's something we kind of been thinking about a little bit. And a lot of this stuff is probably going to tie back into the skills list, and that might help us give a bit more clarity on how we want that to be shaped. So, like, for example, item. How would a rope work in this kind of thing? How do we want to
Depends
define
on-
its cost?
Depends on how they're trying to use the rope. Most often, that would fall under the survival skill.
Okay. So that would be maintained as a generalized, which we've already got it there. As opposed to something else, we could choose to hybridize that out later.
I'm still not following why we're sticking with the hybridization thing.
Some skills are just better
For specificity.
under two different things.
Yeah.
Why don't we just get rid of the tough, cool, beauty, cute, and smart thing? That's
Well,
what
I mean,
I'm
we
saying.
could. We could, but you made a good point of it yourself why we should keep it. Because one, it's a homage, and two, it kind of makes sense to have that. It is Pokemon after all.
Yes, but then we're running into a lot of arguments over mechanics should be in smart.
I
Or
think
they
it should
should
be
be-
both tough and smart.
And as soon as we get into that category of thinking, it just gets overly complicated.
Not particularly.
Ostensibly.
If we're not assigning any
Especially-
stats anyway, then it doesn't matter. It's just
It's
flavor
basically
text.
it's basically turning it into a dual type. Those are all over in Pokemon. It's giving it stab in two types.
Okay, so perform is going to wind up being literally all of those skills.
I could see it being cool and beauty.
It
You
can
can
be
also
anything,
have cute
trust me.
performance. You can also have a tough performance. You can also have a smart performance.
Performance is that jack of all trades.
We could toss that down into the general list then.
Base it on how you're trying to perform.
Yeah. The general list could be anything that could be defined by any of them. Or even by more than one or whatever.
It's basically hidden power. It changes its type based on what you're doing.
Aliens Dark Descent, thank you very much for that follow. But why are we in... So, originally it was those skills would be associated with these things in a contest situation. For like a festival or a beauty pageant or something like that. But, why are we...
Because some are able to be used in both. You can use mechanicals in a tough way or a smart way. Thus, it would be able to be used by both a tough character and a smart character in a contest setting. Basically, it's like a water and grass type. So a water type and a grass type can both use it to its fullest effect.
I mean, I certainly don't mind that, but that's assuming that we're tying any like stats to any of that stuff in the first place.
I think our best
Thank you for the
bet
follow,
would be...
your big daddy.
The best bet, I think, would probably be pulling from Exalted Essence, where you make the argument to the DM on how, or describe how you're using it in that manner.
Okay.
and then just have everything be able to be used in the contests. It's just how you're performing it.
That might be the better idea. It would also kind of follow with how Pokeroll is sort of doing it already, where the specialties could technically be under anything.
So the tough, cool, beauty, cute, smart will just not assign those to any of these skills. Instead, we'll just have a list of the skills, and if you're using them in a contest setting, you just describe how you're using it in that contest setting. And then the DM decides, yeah, that makes sense, or no, that doesn't. You'll have to use something else or do a different idea.
We could then actually assign something to the tough, cool, beauty, etc., like in terms of pointage, because then that might encourage roleplay where a character says, well, I'm going to do a cool flip, for example, right? And he's like, okay, well, I'll allow you to include your cool stat as a part of that roll. So it might encourage players to be like, oh, I want to roleplay so that way I can gain these dice for that.
Wostein, I am absolutely avoiding that.
It's Pokemon flavored Minecraft.
Sure
I had to
thing.
get that joke in there at least once.
No, you didn't.
Sure thing, Daddy. I'll go ahead and I'll hydrate. Thank you.
Wait a second.
My chat takes care of me. I enjoy them.
For a second, I thought of someone else I knew. Wait a second. Wait a second. Shit. Shit.
What?
Nothing.
If you're going shit, that's not nothing.
Might just be something on his end.
Nothing for you to worry about. I'm too expressive.
I'm guessing you're playing a game.
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm listening in. I'm listening in.
Okay, so we're going away from the skills. I guess we could have those attributes that people could spend points on or spend experience on. I'm not sure if they would, if anybody would bother.
I was going
unless you.
Smart.
They could bother.
Stop interrupting me, Orem.
They could actually bother because it'd be like, for example, like I mentioned, suppose they do something cool, they get the dice for that to add to their roll. That they would want to spend dice in those because it would be a more generalized pool of dice as opposed to be a more specific one. So long as they describe an action in a certain way, they get those dice.
So we're going to be going
anyway.
back to 3 dice pools for rolling.
Potentially. But that's even if we want to keep any of those attributes as being a thing, period. Like if they're not attached to the skills, but we want to keep them, then they have to serve some kind of a purpose. And I think being able to encourage roleplay in some way would be a good purpose for them.
I thought they were supposed to be roleplay stats.
So as far as encouraging roleplay goes, I'm already thinking we bring over the stunt system from Exalted. You describe your action particularly well, and you get bonus dice for it. This way it doesn't limit, that way it would not limit them on going with a tough, cool, beauty, cute, or smart description. Because let's face it, most of the time it's probably going to fall into, like, most of the time it's going to fall into rule of cool kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would limit the use of all the rest of them. Granted, there will be players that will, you know, go out of their way, but most players that I have seen are going to describe things in a cool way rather than anything else.
Maybe they could be integrated into some sort of a social interaction system.
We already have persuasion and all of those to go with that.
Well, let's assume that we do keep them, or we even take them out and we just simply replace them with like, hey, here's a more in-depth social interaction system. You can utilize these along with your persuasion level or whatever in order to help influence characters. I'm just thinking if there's any way that we could keep them in, not necessarily that we have to. I'm just thinking off the top of my head.
I'd rather do away with them than complicate the system more by adding even more mechanics like that. Especially when I feel they already have their place. We already have a place for things like that.
Okay.
What do we do with the moves that require them, though?
Well, the moves are going to be readjusted to not require them. Moves are kind of one of the last steps on all of this. I want to get everything else straightened out, and then we make the moves fit the skills and such that we have.
Mm-hmm.
There's.
I will say I'm. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying I am a bit concerned when it comes to the moves, though, because I actually do like how the poker roll has set up its moves. That it's like, because it kind of forces you to sort of spread your stuff around a little bit, and it makes it so that if you, like, say you just invest everything in a ranged attack, you're not just this super powerful thing. You actually have to go like, okay, I got to put a little bit into allure, I got to put a little bit into intimidate, I got to put a little bit into beauty, blah 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 blah, to allow my moves to truly start flourishing a little bit. It's not I can only just do one thing and all my moves related to that are just great, because all my moves are related to that.
I like it too, because it's like my tackle is really strong. That's what my stats are based on. But my roar literally has 1 dice, and my tail whip will have 1 dice. Because I don't have anything in those stats. I'm not intimidating, I'm not cute, I'm a big, tough dragon who's scared of everything.
Mm-hmm. So I don't mind getting rid of the beauty, tough, cute, blah, blah, blah. I would like there to be something to kind of replace it, at least when it comes to moves, because having that diversity, I think, is good.
Right now in Poker Roll, you have 3 things you roll from. You've got... Let me move the view for everybody else. One moment.
It's fight, survival...
I visual aids. So, you roll from one of these ones up here. Then you roll from the fight survival contest. Or then you add in, so you take from the strength, dex, vitality pool. Then you take from the fight survival contest pool. And then you take from one of those pool, or one of those stats.
There's some that don't match into those.
Huh?
There's some that don't match into those. Like, I'm pretty sure Roar isn't in fight, survival, or contest. No, wait, no, it's in contest. It's not in strength, dex, vitality, special, or insight. Because it doesn't fit in that. It's a special.
with something like that, that would be covered by charisma. Or maybe constitution. No thoughts? No comments?
I haven't decided yet.
I don't really like the idea
I mean-
of going to strength, dex, on, and charisma. I like the Pokemon or the Pokeroll set for.
I
I'd say
will
it's
say the Pokeroll set, the way they have it set up, is you can't actually buy anything in tough, cool, beauty, cute, or smart.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
No. You level up your strength, dex, vitality, special insight.
Oh, and you get a free point in it.
Yeah. Which kind of, in my opinion, makes it what's the point in having these separate if they're the same stats?
Hey, how's everyone doing tonight?
Hey, we're
Hello.
going through Pokeroll stuff.
Awesome.
Fine, it makes it separate because it gives you that little bonus at the beginning too.
You have 1 dot at the beginning of the game, and that is the only variation.
Made me extra smart.
I guess they do only start with 1 dot regardless of how many you have in the main, but after the start of the game, you can't level them up on their own. You are leveling up the primary attributes, and that's it.
Depending on your character, on your skills, you can't actually get to max on any of them other than the one you picked as well.
Actually, you can go higher than the 5 that's on the sheet.
You can?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Really? Huh.
At least that's what you said, RZ.
No, I never think I ever said that.
You did earlier tonight. You said they go up to 10 anyways.
Oh no,
When I
those
was
are for attributes, not social attributes. Attributes.
I'm talking about attributes.
Attributes are. Oh, 10 was the max for humans. I'm a dummy. Or were they 5? I'm a dummy.
Okay, let me pull up the books.
Okay.
So, Bulbasaur has a maximum of 4 dots in any of their main attributes. Ivysaur can go up to 5 dots in special and insight, otherwise it's just 4.
And Venusaur can go up to 6.
And then Venusaur can go up to 6 in special and insight.
Where is the big ones?
So they can go above the. Pokemon, some Pokemon at least, can go above 5 dots.
But only in specific stats.
Yeah. I'm planning to make it where the max is going to be 10. Just across the board.
Well, it feels like it's going to make things very powerful.
I mean, while we can go up to 10, so can the enemies.
Also, it takes out
I'll
some
let
of
you-
their
y'all do your thing.
specializations.
What?
It seems like that would take out some of their specializations. Like,
I do not want one Pokemon more powerful than another in a system where we're all playing as Pokemon.
Why not have, like, say, why not have a player buy system then? Where they get so many points and they can choose to invest them in certain ways with certain limitations on them. That way they can enjoy the flavor of Pokemon they want without necessarily having to be defined by that Pokemon.
Yeah, that's what I was planning to do. It's going to be a point buy. But as far as the maximum, it would be, I'm thinking 10 dots.
I think that would put us up there with legendaries, actually.
Legendaries would go above 10.
You're back.
Just like other systems that use the dot system, they would go above legend. Things like legendaries go above that limit. But either way, when it comes to a system, every player should have the potential to be the same power levels. The way Pokeroll is designed right now, there are major imbalances.
That's because there's imbalances in Pokemon stuff.
Doesn't mean that there needs to be. Doesn't mean that there should be.
Balance would. If there was perfect balance, it wouldn't be too fun, would it?
Yeah, it's starting to sound like the D&D guys who, because they were getting flack about the races having different strengths and buffs, are wanting to make everything the same so that nothing has any strengths or buffs over the other.
That is not at all what I'm saying. No, not necessarily that, Chris. I'm talking only about base Pokemon right now. And Arzi, you earlier said were agreeing with me, so why is that suddenly changed?
I have no reasoning for why it suddenly changed.
The fact is, you and Orem are more powerful than Jolene and I.
Only in certain situations.
No, in
Yep,
all
because
situations.
That's because we picked the few Pokemon that
Not
are available
few.
for starting. Okay. Okay, maybe there isn't a few. I haven't counted exactly how many I have 2 at the beginning of every.
Bulbasaur has 2 in every stat. Charmander has 2 in everything except for Vitality, where he has 1. Squirtle has 2 in every stat except Dexterity, where he has 1. Caterpie is super weak, but Caterpie is, Caterpie.
We also have more type weaknesses.
I remember correctly.
And
Joltik has 2 in everything.
Moving,
Or at least I
not
have
paying attention to type weaknesses and such I am looking at actual stats.
Well, I also have mine built not around my stats, but my Pokemon has stats and things he doesn't use because he's a coward. He's going.
You keep saying that you don't do these things, that you're not a social person, yet you're always the one talking.
And if you notice,
Correct?
I roll
Yes,
a
Ethan.
one dice in everything.
There's a lot of things that you roll more than one die.
Only tackle, something my character absolutely hates doing because he has to confront an enemy.
You just have a lot in survival too, so any survival roll, you roll more.
Yeah.
That's because I put all my points in survival.
And I, because of my lack, I had to balance. I could not double up on anything in the fight survival contest. I was forced to do, if I wanted to be relevant at all, I had to do 1 dot in each. Because I only have 2 dots in 2 of my scores. Jolene is the same way with only 2 dots in 2 of her scores. That is not anywhere near a balanced game.
So how many points would you want to give the players at the start to do their whole balancing thing?
I haven't decided on that, but it would be the same across the board. Everybody would start with 1 dot in each of their attributes. Just because you literally, with a dot-based system, having no dots in anything means you literally can't roll it.
I miss anything?
Well, now we're debating the balancing here.
Okay.
Because apparently it's a-okay as it is with them having 4 stats.
So, like, 4 stats, how and in what?
I have 2 dots in everything. Zim does not have 2 dots in everything.
Oh, I see.
And that is not... that's okay. The system was made for trainers. They tacked on an addition. They tacked on a mystery dungeon module, but they did not take into consideration balance between players.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not like, yes, in some, like in D&D and Pathfinder, you can roll for stats. But most DMs don't go that route because you wind up with players that are just objectively weaker.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a good feeling being one of those players. I have been the player on both sides of that. The one with the really good stats and the one with the really shitty stats. Where are you going?
I got invited to play games.
Okay.
Because I don't really have much to contribute here. I'm based on Pokemon, not on stats.
I understand that some Pokemon are objectively stronger than others.
Mm-hmm.
That is part of Pokemon. However, Pokemon is also primarily a single-player game, where balance does not matter.
Nope.
And we are currently playing a multiplayer system. So balance does need to matter. Balance needs to take a forefront on things.
Mm-hmm.
no matter what I do, I am always going to be behind you guys with the Pokeroll system the way it is. Because to try and catch, unless Rygon puts in some kind of special trading thing where I can go build up those stats without costing experience points, there's... Yeah. I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but that does not make it a good system when the DM has to, we either do that off on our own or as with the group, and you guys basically sit there and while I'm off doing this.
Well, it could always be something like where I simply buff you up in other ways. So, for example, maybe I allow the party to find some of those wands. And you guys decide, well, who needs it most? You probably do. I can buff you up in other ways, other than just straight up like, oh, you're all caught up to Orm now, or Orm has to get weaker, or you have to do a training montage.
Orm's not going to let me have the wands.
Because they're sticks. He's gonna keep all the sticks.
Well, that'll be something you will have to decide. But the point is you can be buffed up in other ways other than just a straight up stat boost.
It's still not a buff. It's not fixing the problem.
No, it's not fixing the problem,
on it, but it's still a gaping wound underneath.
The only other alternative is either we all have equal stats with maybe like 1 point invested somewhere else, or Orm's character has to get weaker to compensate for the rest of yours.
No, it would be Orm, Blue, and Wernimal. All three of them have 2 dots and everything, and Jolene and I have only 2 dots. We only have 2 dots and 2 skills. In 2 attributes. Yeah, for trainers, you can just get another Pokemon.
Yeah.
You start with a Weedle, which has terrible stats. You just go catch yourself a new Pokemon, and there you go.
Yeah, go catch yourself a Growlithe.
Yeah. But when it's coming to all of us being Pokemon, that system doesn't work. I can't just go out and be like, well, I'm going from a Rockruff to a Growlithe. I mean, okay, that is a possibility with, certain DMs, but you understand the point, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
And either way, players are supposed to be more heroic than your common person. It's why you don't start as a commoner in D&D. You start as a fighter, and they've got better stats than a random commoner.
True. I could go that route. I could also just make everyone have 0 stats. That's a solution.
We literally could not roll anything then.
Yes. Then training montage.
But what is wrong with me wanting to go for us having a point buy system?
I see nothing wrong with that. I suggested the same thing, remember?
Yes, I'm asking this to the one who has suddenly said that he doesn't like this idea. RZ.
I unfortunately don't have anything to say at the moment, which I apologize for.
I mean, when it comes to Jolene and Jet, that's something we can have as a group discussion. I don't mind buffing you guys up for our game. Yes, required. For this game, though, I do like the idea of the point buy system. I mean,
Yeah.
again, it essentially all you have are you just have the skins of the Pokemon. You can apply your points to them however you want, and there you go. And we could just simply keep more modified, like the actual default stats in the Pokedex or whatever, however you decide to do that, just for enemy creation. Like, oh, you're facing up against a Mightyena, here's a ready set series of stats for you to use.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. For the players themselves, it would be point buy. But for you, there would still be, differentiations in the Pokedex for our system. And ideally, I would like it that once we get this system to a stable enough point, we switch over to using the one that we're working on here. Which is part of why I want to get the bare minimums done as soon as possible, so we can do this before we get too ingrained into Pokeroll itself.
Yeah.
Because Pokeroll, unfortunately, does have a lot of flaws. Ours will definitely have a lot of flaws, but at least then we work towards refining it.
Yeah.
Whereas official refinement is not going to ever be a thing from the Pokeroll devs. I mean, they've had 4 years to revamp the mystery dungeon system for 2.0, and they have not done so. So, yeah, I'm looking at this for something that'll work. We can get the bare minimums put together. I was planning on primarily just going with probably starting with the first 150 for the Pokedex. But of course, including those of us that are not in the original 150 as well. And then over time, I can add the rest of the Pokemon to the Pokedex.
I think that'd be good. We'll start off small, see how it works, build our way up.
For the skill, so for the attributes, I was thinking a maximum of 10. 10 dots. Legendaries would obviously be able to go above that. Certain Pokemon that are, special big bads can always go above. They can always break that limit. Skills, I'm thinking, would be capped at 5 each.
Okay.
So it's not, too far out there. Character creation, the attributes would probably be capped at 3 dots, I think, would be fair.
For which one? Attributes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
The question...
Obviously, we can see how that affects things in general, but yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that's fine.
The attributes would definitely need to start at 1 dot each. Because otherwise you literally can't roll anything. The question that I'm trying to tackle now is how many points are we giving them?
Good question. 2.
I would personally think maybe a little bit more. Let's see, how many do we have to use for attributes? We're having 6?
Yes.
3 or 4?
Sure thing, Wolf Mage. You have yourself a good rest.
More
Also, I
points
should probably
means
be
more
heading to bed soon.
customization, yeah. You're gonna head to bed?
I should probably be getting to bed here soon, as I do have work. So I'll stay on for probably about another 15 minutes, and I'm gonna go. That doesn't mean be silent. You got to now speed run this stuff. Let's make it all in the next 15 minutes. Let's go. Let's do it.
I'm just kind of looking at all this, and we've got a lot of differing opinions on everything.
Mm-hmm. That's why. That's why it would be good to maybe establish like, hey, we'll try like say 2 or 3 different systems out, test them, see which one feels the best, and then move on from there.
Ideally, I would say we only test, like, we test one system and be like, okay, I didn't like how this feels, or that feels, or so on and so forth, and then move on from there.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of having like 2 or 3 completely different systems. Tweak instead of completely change.
Well, but that's just the issue. Like, I'm all for the tweaking, but kind of like you just mentioned, there's a lot of differing ideas here. Which one's the best? Which one do we choose?
Well, if we could get actual like ideas on how these things would be used and such. Then I'm all for hearing those, but a lot of these have just been like, I want to keep this. Why? I don't know. I just want to keep it.
Oh. I mean, I suppose. I
That
thought
was
a lot of our
mostly-
explanations were just fine.
Okay, but okay.
I mean, I'm fine trying out one thing and tweaking it as we need to, but we still have to decide like, okay, what are we gonna choose? What are we gonna tweak? Do we want to stick with the original Pokeroll stuff? Do we want to bring in our own and have them modified? Do we want to just work off the Exalted system as what you're talking about? And like, yeah.
I worry that if we keep the contest skills, it's just going to overcomplicate it. Especially when we
Oh.
already have other skills that cover a lot of those areas.
Yeah, and that's fine. We don't have to have the contest skills. Again, the only reason why I've been mentioning them at all is this something we want to keep at all? If so, how do we integrate them? I don't personally care if they're in there or not.
I know Orem was very much wanting them to stay. But yeah. Alright, so we'll get rid of the contest skills. If we do want to do contests, I mean, most of the moves have a type, a contest type associated with them.
Mm-hmm.
So we can just go off of that. And then, you know, if you're... Honestly, we could just, you know, simplify contests altogether and just be like, okay, you go with whatever you want. Doesn't have to be cool, beauty, cute, or smart, or such.
I mean, I
But-
would just wrap them all together in performance and just call it a day.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
One way to simplify things.
It makes sense. Alright, so looking back at the... So with the attributes, let's make character creation. I'm not fond... So, alright, so first off, all attributes start with 1 dot. And then we've got... So you were saying 2 dots to spend, Rygon?
That was just a random number, yeah.
Okay.
Moon is suggesting we could just base Pokemon contests off of how they did them in the show. I don't know how they did them in the show, so I have no further input.
I don't really know either. I know they were basically fancy ways of doing moves from what I've seen, but...
Yeah, it's essentially fancy way of moves, because in contests there was always some sort of gimmick. Or they were combining moves. Especially, it was more gimmicky in the later seasons. But early on, it was mainly a show of moves and beauty. I speak of Diamond and Pearl, with Dawn using 2 different elements, like ice and lightning together.
Speaking of which, that's something else we need to consider. Maybe a system for establishing how to create combined moves.
I was planning on that. But that's not something that we're going to run into right now.
I mean, for the future, once this whole thing is hammered out, just putting in a small little system like that says, hey, you want to make your own little move? Here's a system on how you can do it. Here's how you can get it balanced. Have fun.
Yeah, I definitely want to go with that. Or I do want to set up a system for that. It's just that's something that's down the road. But for character creation, we're going to give all attributes starting with 1 dot. Then they get to spend, I guess... We could go with 4. I like the idea of 4. Because there's 6 of them. They could double up a little bit. We'll have a max of 3, I think, at character creation.
Okay.
If that sounds good.
That sounds fine to me. Honestly, I don't think it matters what number we choose because we're just going to be adjusting it all anyway. Potentially.
Probably. Alright, so got that noted. Do we want... I like the idea of giving them some dots to spend on their skills, though.
Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing against that. Again, point buy system. Here's your pool. Have fun with it.
So the systems that I've worked with have had. Do we want to just give them so much experience and then they go by the leveling up system, or the way that Exalted and World of Darkness do it, where they get, say, 20 dots that they get to distribute as they please?
I guess it kind of depends on how are we planning on doing the experience system, period. Like, if we're planning on having players spend their experience to earn further upgrades, then it would make sense to go with the experience first. One, to help familiarize new players with the system, and two, because it just simply makes logical sense to keep it that way.
Okay. And I guess if they have any points left over, they just get to add that to their point pool, to their experience point pool.
Yeah, we could say that, sure.
So then I guess we gotta figure out how much they would cost. Oof.
Mm-hmm. That's always the tough part.
I mean, we could just copy World of Darkness. Though my concern there is World of Darkness gives you so many experience points every session.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to move away from that. Because we've run into a lot of problems in our other games that use those things, where we just forget how much we're supposed to have. Because, at the end of the session, we're not thinking, oh yeah, I gotta go write down how much experience I've got now. Instead, we are looking at, hey there, Rob. Instead, I think I would rather keep it to the DM just giving out experience points every now and then.
Okay. Big stretch. Big stretch. My time here is just about up. Anything else that you'd like to talk before I head out?
There's a lot. I'm just trying to think of where to go from here with all of this.
Какие мужчинки злобные, да? Брю. Да, палец с утра пораньше погрызть нужно, да? И облизать его. Брюленько.
Because there's a lot to think about here, and I'm not sure where to begin on it, aside from maybe just copying from Pokeroll or World of Darkness or something and using their numbers.
That's not a bad idea. We could just do that and simply adjust as we need to.
All right. Well, I guess we can go ahead and call it good for tonight then, I suppose. I'll look into those systems and find which one seems... I'll probably copy from World of Darkness, just because we've got a lot of skills that we've added, and there's also the moves we would need to spend experience on and such, so World of Darkness, I think, would be the better source for that.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Alrighty. Then let's go ahead and let's call it a night. Thank you for having me by. It was a good conversation. Good stuff. Always enjoy it. And let me know whenever you want to talk this stuff over again later.
As often as possible, because I'd like to get it straightened out as quick as possible.
It'll come. It'll come with time. And to all my viewers, thank you all so much for stopping on by, hanging out. It's been good to see you all here. Sorry that everything kind of slowed down there at the very end with just discussion, but that's just how it goes sometimes. So thank you all so much for sticking around and engaging in chat. It's been a lot of fun having all of you. And I look forward to seeing you all again next time. I will be streaming tomorrow with Zebra Pig. We are going to be doing 7 Days to Die. So that'll be a lot of fun. See you then. Bye.
Alright. I'm gonna look up how they do it in Pokeroll real quick. Or not Pokeroll, World of Darkness. So, if we go with this, this would be rather, it feels a little cheap, especially with the cost of Pokemon moves counted in there. Wostein, I like the way Pokeroll does it, where you buy a move or train a move or such, and you just have it. I've never been fond of the only 4 moves thing. It never made sense to me.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I don't like how games limit you. It makes you think more, but it's more of a restriction that doesn't make sense. There are a couple games out there that I know of that says, no, you can have as many moves as you want, have fun.
Yeah, and that's how I would prefer to do it. Because the only, like, why do you forget how to use Ember just because you're learning Quick Attack, or whatever the case may be? That never made sense.
It might have been the data. That's
I
what I think.
I think it was originally just they didn't have the data or space to put everything in the original game, and so that's why that was the way they kept it.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of makes sense from an aspect of... I have been playing around with the idea of mastering moves to make them a little bit stronger.
Legends Arceus has that, actually. Oh, you'll probably already know that, actually.
Yeah. Though with that, isn't it just using it faster or using it multiple times in succession or more power?
It essentially is more power and better accuracy, if I'm correct. PMD has it as well. I know in PSMD, where if you use a move enough times, it levels up.
Yes. The question is how we implement that level up. I guess we could use a dock system with each move. And say every time you use it and it hits, not just use it in general, they could start with a -1 on accuracy, but base damage. And from there, they kind of just build up over time.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking.
So every move starts at a -1 accuracy. You can use it. You use it, say, 10 times, and then that -1 accuracy goes away. Use it another 10 times, and it'll level up again to become stronger, and I don't want to make them too drastic of changes, but I do want to include the mastering an ability system. Well, let's see. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Move levels. Let's see. Somebody might have somebody could have absolutely data mined exactly what the leveling up does for it. Or maybe it says it in the game. I don't know. So, let's see. Yeah, kind of, Chris. Kind of like that. Oh, jeez.
Did a lot.
So in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon or Super Mystery Dungeon, they've got 3 stages per rank, and there are 8 ranks.
All right.
And it is after enough hits. So using it and missing does not add to it.
You can just grind for it, just in general.
Yeah. It looks like... So, the first stage in each rank gives +1 power. Second stage gives +1 power and +1 accuracy. I don't know if that is, cumulative. Like, because you got to second stage, you now technically have +2 power, +1 accuracy.
Good question. Just continue reading. It might make more sense down the line.
Oh, to max out with rank 8, you have to use that move 5,000 times. I don't think we're gonna go quite this route.
Probably not. That's a lot of numbers, in my opinion.
It's all well and good for a video game to keep track of that, but for a player, no.
Yeah, no.
But also to keep in mind, we are going with the dot system instead of actual numbers, which makes it harder to implement exactly what they did. Because with them, they've got, you know, moves are like power of 40. So when you get it to maximum rank and it's got plus 24 power, that's very different from... We would not want it to be... Oh, okay. Bye.
See ya.
We would not want it to be that much of it. Because if we go with the +1 power thing, that means we are adding another die. And if they could level up that high, well, at the end, we would have 24 extra dice for doing that.
In my opinion, each power, if like, say it's a power 3, and then you have a power 4 move, that's a tier. That's a whole different tier. You have a tier 3 and a tier 4.
Oh, and apparently ranking up the move applies to the entire team instead of just one individual person.
Oh.
So, like, Argus and Jet, both of them use tackle. We hit, that gives us a point for each. That gives us 2 points in tackle. At least the way the video game does it. I don't think I want to go that route. I don't really want it to. I don't really want it to fall off too much, but I do like the idea of. Yeah, the game is also single player, so. We could include the styles. Basically, perhaps even have a few different styles that people could choose to go with. You know, Swift style means it's higher chance to hit, and you get to use it, or maybe not a higher chance to hit, but you get to use it twice in a row. But
also
it's
needs to hit less. Oh, not hit less. Do less damage.
I was going to say before you spoke up, I was going to say it would do less damage per hit. And then I would say the multi-moves would only be possible with a Swift style. Maybe. I don't know. There really is so much to think about and figure out. How did game developers do this stuff?
They have a whole team.
Yeah. And I mean, if you look at it, D&D First Edition was garbage. D&D First Edition was absolute garbage, but Second Edition they improved it and made it better. Started up the new pirates for you, Chris. So Orem did leave to go do a different game, so I guess we're not doing his Pokemon thing tonight. I think I might put a rest to this for this evening. I will make notes on the sheet here of some of what we've gone over as far as the leveling up moves. Well, we can call it training level first. 3 hits to get past, and -1 accuracy. That way, you know, a fresh move that we've never used before. We got to hit with it 3 times, but until we do, we've got a -1 on accuracy. I kind of like that idea personally. Maybe we should remove a power as well? I don't know.
I don't know. Thinking. Training 3 hits. Do we want to have less accuracy? Is like, I mean, it makes sense if it's a starting move as like a brand new move you don't have. Then after you've increased it, it's a normal move for a while.
Yeah. Also, Arzi,
Yeah.
you are now a dinosaur.
Who made me dinosaur?
Google did.
Why? I'm not gonna question it right now at this moment.
Hey, at least you're a reptile.
You have a point, I am a reptile.
I'd say, so I kind of like some of the numbers from the Super Mystery Dungeon. So to rank up the first stage to rank up requires 15 hits. Second stage requires 25, and then third stage requires 40. It is a lot to keep track of. I might just make it 20, 30, 40. But, and I think that will probably be the max that we do. We could we could implement a system of evolving abilities.
Revolving?
Evolving.
Oh, evolving. Alright. X, hit it to me on how you want to do this.
Oh, I have no idea yet.
Alright, then I think.
It was just a random idea that kind of popped into my head, and I'm like, that might be weird, but kind of neat. Yeah, not exactly that, Chris. I don't know. Might be something that we just put in a couple of examples and then leave it to the players and their DM to decide how it might evolve. Like, for instance, I mean, I know it's a homebrew ability, but perhaps Jet's Charge Stone could level up and evolve into, I don't know, higher chance of doing paralysis as well as, I don't know. Maybe it becomes a hybrid move where it actually does both rock damage and electric. Not every move has that kind of option, but what was it? Scald, I think, is the name of the move. Where it's a water type move, but it has a chance to burn because you're literally shooting
Burning water, yes.
Yeah, boiling water at them. So, you know, it could evolve into one that does some damage as a water type and some damage as a fire type. So yeah, you got the training, which takes 3 hits, gives you -1 accuracy. It's just, you just learned this move or figured out a way to do it, and now you're kind of building it up to do better.
That I'll agree with. It's nothing too crazy. And it only takes a couple hits to level up.
Yeah.
For stage 1, you're saying 15 hits.
And that's just a standard. And these are not cumulative, so, you know, you reset to 0 after.
Alright, makes sense. That is something that will need to be stated, or else people will get confused.
Yeah, I was planning on it at the end of this. +1 accuracy, +1 power, and then master. Oh, so there are actually moves that... So flying press is a fighting type move, but also flying type for type effectiveness? Interesting. So that kind of thing already exists, apparently.
I never knew that. Then again, I don't have anyone with flying press. I also don't use Halucha. There we go. I would say Chupacabra, but that's wrong.
What if they
see.
get to master rank on a move, it also allows them to overcome resistance?
Maybe, but remember, the opponent can have that too.
Oh yeah, the opponent can overcome your resistance to something. It would not overcome immunity, but it would overcome resistance. But yes, you're right. The opponents could have that as well. And I'd be okay with that. Or maybe at expert, it overcomes resistance. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Like, sure, you are a water type, but my fire type move is strong enough now. I've been practicing this move enough that now I can just, my fire is burning so hot, I'm boiling you.
Oh yeah, I think I remember in some animes where it's like, oh yes, they're so don't have linking moves because that thing can get broken.
That is something I would like to potentially include. But yes, it can get very broken. We would definitely limit it to only one or only two moves that could be linked. Or perhaps maybe rules for hybrid moves instead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, hybrid moves are an absolute thing. I've seen another campaign do that. Where they take something like Ice Fang and Water Gun and put them together.
Yeah. Also, hello, Wostine.
Wait, why is that on? Oh, there it is. Now it's going.
Alright,
It's the
well,
owl.
I have been at this for 5 hours now. I think it's time to rest my brain.
Go play Dwarf Fortress.
That is not resting my brain. That
Go
is the
play
exact
something that's
opposite of
not
resting my brain.
Go play something that's
Is-
not Power Wash Simulator.
Is Astroneer one that is stressful or not?
It is a bit because I'm still trying to wrap my head around it.
Ah, I gotcha.
And frankly, I am finding the way they set up their crafting recipes and stuff horrible. Why is it just arrows going one side to the other? No other game does that I have ever seen. You could have just a grid and yeah, pick what you want. You could hover over the item and be like, okay, this is the medium printer. Okay, that's what I want. There we go. Click it. Now it's there. It is so dumb. Otherwise, I'm enjoying the game, but, you know. Jaffer! I will talk to you in just a moment, but I do want to know how things are going. Let me wrap up this stream real quick. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for this little edition of Streamworks. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. There on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around, as well as picking up packs from stream loots. But for now, thank you so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.